Oh, just downtown Manhattan. Nowhere exotic.
Let's see. Well, I thought you would use a background indicative to where you're going to be going this summer in our break.
Well, when you figure out where I'm going, please let me know.
Caribbean?
Wayne, I think you bring a little exotic to wherever you go.
Well, I try.
What are you trying to say?
Count on you for.
Sarah, what are you trying to say, that he's exotic?
I just think he's, yes. I think he's exotic.
He's the embodiment. He's the embodiment of exotic.
Or exotic follows him around.
You got to be careful of things following you around.
You Google exotic.
Now more than ever.
So when you Google exotic, your name pops up, huh, Wayne?
I doubt that. When you Google needs a vacation now, my name pops up.
Oh. So.
So for clarity, the first part of the meeting is the public hearing, and we will follow it with the general meeting. For the public hearing, we don't need a quorum of the board. We need at least 10 board members.
Correct.
Which we currently have.
Correct.
Right.
So we do?
I was going to make that point. Thank you, Wayne. And so we can begin with the public hearing.
So we can start with the formalities for the public hearing.
Yes.
Set. What is it? Look at the time. It's 6:32. Welcome each and every one of you. Welcome new board members. We'll give you the final and formal introduction, the other meeting, the general meeting, so that you guys get to know most people. I know that that'll be now with the election date and so forth. A lot of the people will probably be joining us later. So with having said that, I'm going to call the meeting to order and welcome each one of you.
Call the public hearing to order.
The public hearing, sorry. Thank you for the correction. And having said that, I'm going to pass the baton to our parliamentary Jim Berlin and Catherine Diaz, our first vice chair, who will be conducting the rest of the meeting and talk about the rules and how we're going to approach this hearing today. Jim, want to go next?
Thank you. Welcome to everyone. As you're probably aware, in order to enable us to have hybrid meetings, probably starting in September, right now we're under a lengthened state of emergency. The governor declared until July 14th, which is why we're able to have this Zoom meeting. We have to pass a very specific resolution that says very specific things. And I think everyone here got a copy of the resolution. They probably got many copies. Another thing you may have seen, which you're actually going to see again, is an amended version of the resolution that Wayne put forward for tonight. And then I think he did further work on it. And once I'm done with this introduction and going over this thing very quickly, then I will ask Wayne to go over the changes he made. And then we're going to use that as our basis for further changes. I think we probably have to accept Wayne's amendments. And again, by the way, Wayne compiled amendments from myself and Liz Ritter. So the three of us worked as a team. There was probably other input as well, which we're thankful for, because we want this to be as good as possible. So one other funny little thing, you may have noticed at the very end of the resolution, it talks about the public officers law. Public officers law is actually the real name of the open meetings law. So you have to refer to it by its real name. So that explains that strangeness. And the other piece of it is in the list of instructions and rules, numbers 3 and 5 through 9, all of them have to be exactly the way they are. And this came from a memo that the borough president's chief counsel sent. So those just, they have, and I can go over them really quickly. So the key, and I'm sure we have members of the public, so I really ought to do that very quickly. And I'm not going to spend much time on the ones that we really shouldn't touch. So, and then the beginning is why we're doing it. And you'll see with the amendments that we are coming up with, we're explaining better why we're doing it, basically, because we have to. So the whole thing about a hybrid meeting is it's a regular meeting. It has to have an actual physical quorum, just like we do when we meet in person. That's what it is. However, there are two things. People can attend the meeting, assuming now the meeting, and the thing about a quorum is you need a quorum to begin the meeting and you need a quorum to continue the meeting. So if we discover we don't have a quorum, we have to stop, okay? So that's one piece of it. And the people can attend remotely, these hybrid meetings, but they are not part of the physical quorum, but they can attend and board members can vote and they can discuss. But in terms of actually having the quorum to continue the meeting and actually doing anything, that you have to have the right number of actual bodies. So that's the whole key. And then again, we can, so I basically already, so you can't just decide. Yeah, hang on just a second. Yeah, I'm still here, right? You can't just decide you want to stay home. You have to have a reason, which is actually given in the open meetings law. And the number 2 actually quotes the meeting. You have to have, quote, disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities, or any other significant or unexpected factor or event which precludes physical attendance at the meeting. Now, if that's your situation, then you're allowed to attend virtually, but not just because you want to. And what we did is we didn't really add a criterion, but we said specifically that one example of what the open meetings law is talking about is being afraid of either contracting a disease like COVID or transmitting a disease like COVID at a public meeting. And that is another one of these official excuses or official reasons. And that will be in our rules. The other thing is, it turns out we already have in our bylaws, which some of you may have looked at, a specific list of 8 reasons you're allowed to have an excused absence. And all of these 8 reasons are pretty much good excuses for, not attending the meeting in person. So if you meet any of these criteria, like for example, you're out of town and on business or something, that's one of the criteria, I believe. It used to be you could have an excused absence, but now if you want to, you can actually attend the meeting. So you actually will have a choice. So that's what that's about. Now, number 3 basically says that the reasons people don't attend a meeting in person have to be in the minutes. Number 4, and we're going to improve upon it, just gives more details about what quorum is all about. And then again, 5 through 9, I can go over what they say, but they absolutely just have to be there. 5 is, 5 is interesting. Members attending a meeting virtually must be able to be heard, seen, and identified. Now, if you want to get particularly ridiculous, you have to take the camera with you everywhere, but that's silly. So, and I think what they're trying to do is create for the virtual attendees, the virtual board members who are attending, the same situation that people who are attending in person have. Let me say, and then I'll, if you're at a meeting in person, you can look around and see Fred isn't here now. Where did he go? Fred may have gone to the bathroom. Fred may have gone out to the lobby to talk to someone, but you can see that Fred's not here at that part of the meeting. And this is basically the same sort of thing. So that's why they want the camera on. And, if you have to eat, you can probably turn it off, and you can also leave the camera on and walk away. So it's not, that draconian, which would have been ridiculous. So that's number 5. And 6 is members of the public can obviously attend these meetings virtually, just like they're doing tonight. And what the law says, and it has to be in the writing, is that members who attend virtually have to be able to participate in the public session precisely as well as members who attend members of the public who attend the community board meeting in person. And of course, we already do that, but those words have to be there. And the other thing is, which is number 7, we have to make appropriate accommodations for people with disabilities, but those words have to be there. And the other 2 are, we have to give sufficient notice about information about the meeting to the public. So if there are documents that the community board can see in advance, we should put them on the website so the public can see them as well. And then there's a more stringent time limit of producing minutes. That's number 9, which is all again in the law. We have 2 weeks. So that's basically what the resolution says. Now, does anyone have any questions of me? Yes, no? Good. What I'd like to do then, which I alerted, is, Wayne, do you happen to have an annotated copy that you can share with us of the amendments that have already proposed to be made?
I do.
Okay, could you
Tim,
share
Tim,
your
I had a
screen?
question.
Oh, sorry.
Well, wait, I think there's 2 questions, Ozzy and Zara. Ozzy,
Oh,
you
I
go
didn't
first.
see them. My apologies.
Yeah, so Ozzy, if you want to go
Yeah,
first.
I guess it's a question that it's related to the Supreme Court decision on Thursday in regards to the legality of carry weapon, technically mostly everywhere in New York State. And so now that, people can carry a weapon everywhere, how are we going to be protected if we have some resolution on the agenda that is going to be controversial? We don't know who's going to show up at the meetings and do what.
That's a very good point, but it's not relevant to whether we pass this resolution or anything that's in the resolution. It's something that we should, certainly be concerned about. It's something certainly our elected officials, as they like to call themselves, I'm sure are very concerned about. And I think, people can't just walk around with guns at this point. And just to be truthful, they already are the bad guys. So, but
that's not a reason not to be concerned.
I didn't say we shouldn't be concerned, but it's not relevant to what we're doing now. Okay.
All right. Sally?
It doesn't affect the words in the resolution.
Sally? Sally?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get off mute. Okay. Yeah, my question is with regard, I had a couple of questions as it went along, but the only one I recall at this point is with regard to access for people with disabilities. Does that mean not only do our locations have to be accessible to people with physical disabilities, but that we have to do things in terms of having ASL at the same time that we're broadcasting our meetings so that people who are hearing disabled are able to participate in the meetings?
That's a very good point. And basically, again, I'm not saying that what you and OC are talking about are not extremely important and relevant in a sense, but basically, and in fact, I'll read you the thing because it's so short. It's number 7. Virtual meetings, and you probably read it yourself, but it's worth looking at. and this is again what we have to say. Virtual meetings must utilize technology to permit access by members of the public with disabilities consistent with the 1991 ADA Act as amended and corresponding guidelines. So whatever those guidelines are, we have committed ourselves in this document, as we are required to do, to following them. Now, as to the details, which is what you're talking about, that we have to find out about, and we will try our best to do whatever we can. And if it involves the additional interpretation, for example, we may have to do that. But again, it doesn't affect what we're putting in this document. Are there any other questions, Eli?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
have a question.
I had one other one.
Sure.
Let's give Tanya a chance and then I'll circle back to you.
Okay, thank you. First, I wanted to ask, is this the time, because I had something additional that I feel should be added to it? Is this the time, or are we waiting for Wayne to talk about his changes before I can offer something else?
I think that's what I'd like to do.
Okay,
Afterwards,
so
I'm
just
gonna
remember to circle back to me, because I have something I have
absolutely,
an
we
addition.
will, and everyone will remember, we will circle back to you so we get your additional suggestion. Absolutely, and thank you.
And the last question on this round before we go to Wayne, Leo.
And then Sally,
Similar to what Tanya asked, is there any way we can make a friendly amendment or add something?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
After Wayne describes the slightly newer version we have, then anyone who wants can make a friendly amendment. Well, actually, there really are no such things as friendly amendments if you want to be picky. So what I think we can do is make suggested amendments. And then the other thing which either Wayne or someone could do, because we have all this technology, is actually track these things into the document so we can see them. And then when all these amendments are there, we can just, we can discuss each amendment. Well, some of them, actually, let's go back. Friendly amendments, if it's just wording or something, we're not going to bother with it. We'll just do it. But if it's substantial, then we probably have to vote on it for each amendment. And hopefully there won't be too many. But I mean, if they're necessary, then we'll have them. Anyone else, Eli?
No. Wayne, if you want to go ahead.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry,
I
I'm
actually
driving.
did have my hand. You were going to circle back to me.
Yes, after Wayne was done, I was gonna go ahead and wrap it and then come back to you guys after he presents.
Well, no, I think we should listen to Liz, and then we did promise Sally to get back to her, and then we'll go to Wayne. And then go on, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that since this is a public hearing, we are leaving time for public input, because I'd like to hear from the public what they have to say about all of this.
Right, there's actually a public session, and Eli, why don't you tell people how to sign up for the public session so they can give us their public.
Yeah,
or
Catherine has been handling that. Catherine, go ahead.
Catherine.
Wait, yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'm doing double duty because I am playing secretary tonight as well. So I just want to clarify for members of the public, aka non-board members. Right now, we're having a discussion around the board hosting hybrid meetings. So a number of folks have written that they're interested in speaking on the public session on some of the resolutions or community groups or events or whatnot that we will be discussing after this discussion. So if you're interested in speaking and sharing your thoughts on our board having hybrid meetings beginning this fall, this is the moment to speak. If you have, so I think it's easier if you can just raise your hand. If you're unable to do so, you can put the Q&A and just say, I'm interested in talking on the hybrid meetings. If you're interested in talking about anything else that we will be discussing during our general meeting, some people have already signed up. It'd be easier for us, or for me actually, if you could just hold off on entering in the Q&A if you want to talk about any other topic, but the hybrid meetings right now.
All right, if you have any hands that for now, just let me know.
Okay, Wayne, let's just listen to Sally for a second, and then you can leave us.
No, let's
No?
go
Okay.
through, let's,
Okay.
Well, no,
go
because
through it.
mine actually, Jim is right. Mine is more relevant, not to amendments, but to what we've stated so far. So I just want to
Okay.
say, my
But
and then
as,
quiet.
just as a matter of protocol, for a public hearing, it really should not be the board members doing all of the talking. We should present the resolution, we should get public comment, and during the general meeting, when we're considering the resolution, is when we should be discussing it.
Go right ahead.
My-
So as of now, hold
Just
on.
with regard to
Excuse me.
how
Excuse me,
the public participates in the meeting. I
excuse
just,
Sally,
Sally, Wayne, go ahead. And then we're gonna circle back to whoever has any more comments, but mainly it's a public hearing. That's
yeah,
it.
so that's
Go ahead.
the point I wanted to make, why, when
Right.
the chair began. So we did not call the general meeting to order. We called the public hearing to order. And one of the things that we, the community board, is required to do by law is to present the proposed guidelines, rules in a public hearing before we vote on it. So that's also the reason why, when I believe the office, I guess in an attempt to be streamlined, sent around an updated version of it, it was pulled back, because once the draft was circulated, not until we get to this public hearing should we be entertaining any potential changes there too. So what I tracked in, and then I got comments from Liz Ritter and from Jim Berlin, are some, forgive the use of the term, friendly amendments to the draft. And as you can see in the very first one, we talked about the expiration date for the revised open meetings law, but I added as amended April 9th, 2022, so that, we get the proper dates in there. The second whereas, which I added, was simply to explain, as Jim Berlin did, what a hybrid meeting is, because in prior meetings we used to have some back and forth. So this is simply saying that a hybrid meeting requires in-person attendance to establish quorum, but otherwise allows for virtual participation. The third whereas, which is also added, is to point out that all community boards are subject to the open meetings law. And as Jim explained, if we wish to adopt procedures to permit hybrid meetings per the open meetings law, we have to first draft those procedures that we're going to follow. We have to present it at a public hearing, as I just said, and then we have to adopt the procedures by a resolution of the full board. This is all coming from the law. This is also coming from legal counsel in the borough president's office. So going down to the rules, in the first one, it says that except it's possible to meet in several locations. I tracked in for board members to meet, because it is, as we get into it further, the board members who have to be physically present to establish quorum, they can meet in multiple locations. In item 2, in a few locations, and in item 3 and 5, where it simply says for a member to attend, I explicitly point out it's for a board member to attend, just so there is no confusion. In the third paragraph in item 2, I struck the words potentially deadly, and it simply reads spreading a communicable disease, and instead of like such as COVID, the fact that the flu or something else may not be potentially deadly, although the flu can be, that's not the primary concern. The concern is that you have a concern with, spreading or contracting a communicable disease. The fact that it will put you in bed for a week or two, but not kill you, is not, the governing factor. It's concern of catching or spreading a communicable disease. I said 3 is simply adding the word board. And in 4, as Jim pointed out, we're just clarifying that board members attending virtually are not part of the quorum for calling the meeting to order or for the meeting to continue. However, they may fully participate and vote, and their attendance counts towards the number of members present and eligible to vote for the purpose of establishing what constitutes a majority. And that's important because in prior discussions, there was some confusion as to whether only the people physically present and constituting the quorum were eligible to vote, and that's not what the law says. The people physically present constitute the quorum, but once we have established and keep quorum, the other board members may vote, and their presence virtually counts towards the majority that we need to pass any resolution. Once again, in 5, it's simply adding the word board in 2 locations before the word member. And, so that's it. So why I said it's friendly amendment, it was not really changing the substance. It was some, grammatical things. And in the beginning, just to clarify, what a hybrid meeting is and why community boards have to bother with this at all.
Thank you, Wayne. What I'd like to do now, and I'm going to ask the forbearance of Tanya, who already has an amendment. I think at this point, although we could do it the other way too, but we did promise the public. Catherine, how many people do we have signed up for the public session?
So for this public session on hybrid, I currently see, I believe, 2 hands. If they're mistaken, put them down. So I only see 2.
So why don't we listen, if Tanya doesn't mind, why don't we listen to these 2 members of the public? We'll go into a public session, listen to these folks, and then we'll come back. And if additional people come, we don't have to be ridiculously formal. If additional people from the public show up and they want to comment and we haven't voted on anything yet, and the only emendation I want to make to what Wayne said is that the board members present here at this hearing are going to vote on the draft that we're going to put forward at the board, and then the board is going to vote on that resolution. And the board can actually, at the general meeting, which will soon happen, hopefully, we can make further amendments. So,
Jim,
yes.
may I? Yes, and I understand what you're saying. I just feel that the public should hear any changes that we are proposing so that they can also chime in on that. So I understand what you mean, that later we're going to be voting on it, but I think if anybody's going to be offering amendments while we're having the public hearing, the public needs to hear those offered amendments so that the public can then say, hey, I don't like that, or I agree with that, or whatever, so that they can also chime in on that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think that should wait until we then in a separate meeting.
You may, we're not, it would be right now, but the point is, the only question is whether these 2 people talk first or you do, but I don't have a problem with your going first because, again, it's a very small group. And so why don't you tell us, and then furthermore, once we hear from these people and anyone else in the public, we may make further amendments. And then once we're all done making our amendments, which Wayne will nicely track into the thing, which you can put on the screen at some point, then we, the group here, you do, thank you.
Catherine.
We will, we the group will vote on the thing and to send the resolution to the general board.
All right. So Catherine, you want to?
No, we're giving the floor
Tanya,
to
Tanya, let us know. Yeah, Tanya's doing the.
Yeah, I'm fine. And I think Leo, was it Leo that said he had something too? But I just don't want to be the, take his. Okay. So my suggestion was regarding when you all mentioned the section about the meetings need to be equal in terms of people who are there. I'm talking about for the community at large. So the meetings need to be similar for the people who are not in present and the people who are present. And with that in mind, I am proposing that we also add in to this resolution that we will not, and I'll read it because I just wrote it out and I think it just be faster. It says just hybrid meetings, whereas hybrid meetings necessitate that both those community members in and not in physical attendance have the same experience, that there will be no virtual features that prevent community members from participating fully in a meeting as they would be able to do under normal circumstances. This includes ensuring that no features bar attendees from seeing others in attendance and from utilizing the chat feature, which enables community members to fully comment and participate during meetings where they would normally be able to comment and participate in open meetings. So basically, I'm saying that the people who are in our meetings can't see who else is in the meetings. And that wouldn't be a similar experience if you were sitting in person. So everyone should be able to have, there should be no features not allowing people to see others who are present in the meeting and know who's in the meeting. And then also not allowing, barring full participation via disabling features that if in a normal situation where public could be asked by a chair in a committee meeting or whatever to comment or to ask a question, that is a function that the chat feature does offer, and that has been disabled. And so
excuse me, Tanya.
So those are my
right.
my
but there actually is the same time limits we always have. So
yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Now, if I might respond, remember, we are supposed to produce this very narrow resolution. And by the way, what number 6 says, and that's all it's supposed to say, and it may be these additional, strictures or whatever you're talking about may be appropriate for discussion in the future. But what it's required to say, and it's very, very limited, members of the public attending virtually must be able to participate in the public session, just like those members of the public attending in person. It is only talking about participation in the public session. And that is what the law says, and that is what is in the rules we're proposing. Now, we can in the future, and I think, I find you to be a very thoughtful person, there may be more we can do. But for tonight's work, I think we have to leave it as it is. And that's one of the, 7 that we really shouldn't change. But I do understand where you're coming from.
Aisha has had her hand raised for a minute.
So my comments were pretty much in the same vein.
Excuse me, Aisha. And again, this is just a timing thing. We said we were going to listen to Tanya. If Leo wants to speak at this point, he can. All other board members will have to wait until we have our public session, which are these 2 people who want to talk, and then it will be your turn. That's how that's the order of things. So does Leo want to talk now or after?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Jim and Tanya, earlier for reminding. So I have a question. Prior to the virtual meetings, I might have attended a couple of general board meetings prior to me joining, the board. So prior to the pandemic, was there any translation services at the general board meeting?
When we can arrange it, yes. The problem is mainly funding but I believe, and this is something, again, and then you have a good point that insofar, but so let me answer your question and then, again, say the same thing. It doesn't have to be in the resolution, this resolution, but I think are in general, and Eli can talk about this at the general meeting maybe because we want to move forward. We generally try to have translation services, certainly when critical things come up and as often as we can, but sometimes the problem is funding. So that's the answer to that. And yes, there was translation some of the time.
Okay, yeah. So I guess it might not be a friendly amendment, but something to look forward to in the future.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And our councilwoman has committed to do just that, which is to make translation available for both the general meeting.
Thank you, Carl.
I think, Catherine, let's have our 2 people public session, or if there are more people from the public, and then we'll get back to the board members.
Okay,
right,
Catherine.
Thank you. So same too. So I'm gonna unmute Eileen King. Sorry.
Yes. Hello, my name is Eileen King, and I've been very grateful that I've been able to participate in the virtual board meetings, and I really value it, and I'm asking and supporting all that you're doing in order to allow the public to attend these meetings virtually. It would really be impossible, and nearly impossible, to attend in person, especially if you're not able to visit, to participate in what the board actually does. But as a person watching it, learning, knowing what's going on, is extremely valuable. And I would like to think more on how we participate in our public sessions. It's very limited, and sometimes we work very hard to get things down to 2 minutes, but let's see what we can do to make that more informed and more comprehensive. It's not just a statement. You know, if we commit to watching these videos and virtual, we know a lot about the community and we have a lot to offer. So I'm in full support of the community board doing this, and I want to be a responsible and engaged participant, and you allow me to do that with this virtual. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you, Eileen.
you for your lovely comments.
There's two more, sorry. Jim, do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, I mean. Next up, we have Catherine O'Sullivan.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I would like to echo what Eileen said about virtual participation. However, I'm really glad that hybrid meetings are coming back, because one of the things that really bugs the hell out of me and makes me not want to join these meetings is the fact that I don't know who's in the room. Really, I really, really do not like not knowing who I'm talking to. Even though it's a matter of convenience, and I understand convenience for everyone, it's you know, it is a deciding factor for some people whether they can participate or not. But I also think that there is a huge value to in-person meetings, and I'm glad that we're moving to hybrid. Going back to the pre-pandemic days, many of us in the public were really happy to we really desired recordings of meetings, and we desired sort of broadcasting of the meetings. So this looks like we're going in the right direction, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Gary.
Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi, thank you. So in terms of the hybrid meetings, I just want to wonder if there's a way that we could see who is in the room, because just like we would be like in person, how come we cannot see who is in the room for a sense of community? So that's one question. The other thing is that how come for the hybrid meetings, or when we're virtual, we can't see the person's face if it's a small enough meeting? During times of COVID and there's loneliness and people not being able to see each other, I've watched other community boards, different districts, and I noticed that they show the person's face. And I was wondering if that could be part of this resolution, or how come this community board 12 does not show the people that are in the meeting, and why they don't show the person's face if it's small enough where you could actually have a sense of connection during a time when people are feeling disconnected.
The resolution specifically says that, to begin with, this is going to be an in-person meeting, so everyone who's there will be there. And it also says all board members who attend the meeting virtually have to show their faces the whole time. So you will see all the board members there and all the people who are physically present at the meeting you're at.
Thank you, Jim. I'm wondering about the other community members. Like when I go to a youth and ed committee meeting to see there's other people in, how come we can't see the faces of the other people? And when we speak and ask a question, how come we don't get to see the faces of other people? And again, I'm doing this because I think it's important for a sense of connection at a time when, for the past couple of years, there's been a huge disconnect.
Oh, I agree with
See
you.
your face.
And it's something that, you know, we can, you know, again, work toward or whatever, because I think you make a valid point, because, you know, more faces, more community. I don't disagree. But again, that's not what we're here for tonight. Tonight, we're passing this very narrow resolution, and we don't want to encumber it with anything that, you know, might interfere with what the resolution is supposed to do.
Oh, okay. I thought,
Hey, Jim and Catherine, is there anything else before we wrap
thank you
up?
for letting me finish. Thank you for letting me finish.
You're very welcome. Sarah, I think Sally had one more. Her hand is still up, and we promised her to talk.
Yeah, I had the same concerns, I guess, that the public did, and that Tanya, some of which Tanya raised with respect to having full participation in terms of the public being able to see who's there, et cetera. And I know that I've been also at many meetings, Zoom meetings, where you can see, maybe you can't see the faces of the public, but you can certainly see the participant list. I think that's a matter of our technology crew really exploring the ins and outs of Zoom. But my one question is, you brought up the fact that it refers specifically to the public can only participate or is guaranteed participation in the public session. I know when we were in person, what the public also had the right to do is if they wanted to have a question asked during the business part of the meeting, they could approach a community board member who could ask the question on their behalf. And my question is there a way that that can be accommodated either through, I don't know, the chat function, the Q&A function, or something similar, so that, I mean, they can't physically walk, if they're virtual, they can't physically walk up to a board member and say, can you raise this issue? Can you ask this question? I'm confused. But they can participate through a board member in the non-public parts of the community board meeting. So I just wonder how that could be accommodated.
Okay.
Well, again, that's something we can accommodate in the future, but again, it doesn't deal with, it's not relevant to this resolution. We can't do it now. We can't really tamper with the other parts of the resolution. So, and I'm going to suggest, because we have all these interesting ideas before us, Mr. Chair, that we might want to form a little group to, in the future, maximize the involvement. So I don't disagree that this might be a very good thing.
I would be happy to be part of that group.
Okay. All right.
Well, so is there any further discussion on the part of anyone?
Yeah, I have my hand up.
Oh, who's this?
Tanya. Just in case you didn't see it.
I haven't heard from Aisha yet either.
Let me hang on a second, Jim. Aisha hasn't spoken as of yet, and then
Okay.
Darryl, and then Tanya, and then we'll wrap it up.
That's right.
Give them we'll start with the people who have not spoken yet.
Thank you.
Aisha.
I first want to echo the sentiments of my other board members that have spoken. I understand that it's not a part of this process, but I do agree with them in that regard. I feel like some of what has been done and some of what has been lauded as progress is actually restricting free speech, not only for the public, but also for board members as well. And so I think that that's something that we should review and entertain. I want to understand how the hybrid function is going to work. And unfortunately, I'm a little technologically limited at this point because I'm using my phone to view the meeting, and it's a little hard to navigate and look at the documents. I'm en route to go be able to do that. But I want to understand the hybrid split. How is that going to work? Who can take advantage of that opportunity to either be in person or not? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, let me chime in. That'll be a training session combined with MBPO and our staff, with the usage of the integration of Zoom and the new technology, OWL, that they're using. So we're sending you an invite for you to come because you're very extremely savvy tech-wise. So we're going to start doing that in July.
Okay. Well, I understand from a technological standpoint. I kind of mean like, how are we going to decide which members will be present or not? Because we need both. Is that correct? We need a balance of both.
Let me explain that, Aisha. It's very clear in the document you already have. If you have an excuse, one of these things, like childcare, for example, you have the right to attend the meeting virtually. Okay, you have that right. You can, because you have this situation, you yourself determine you have the situation. It's like, an excused absence. If you're sick, and you stay home, and we don't ask for a doctor's note, we believe you're sick. So it's the same sort of thing. However, if many people may have a right to stay home, but if too many do, we won't have an actual quorum, and then we can't have a meeting. So, and that's the whole, complication, but that's how it works. No one is going to approve or disapprove your reason, provided it fits within these criteria. And your reason has to be publicized, as I pointed out. But you decide whether you meet the criteria to attend the meeting virtually. But again, if too many people don't actually come to the meeting, even though they have a right to, we can't have a meeting. That's the reality of it. So here we are.
And is the criteria contingent on our previous bylaws, new laws that have been set because of the pandemic, or how does that work?
Well, there's a specific list in the, I don't have, let me find. There's a specific list which I read earlier. Well, it may not have been here in the rules. And the list from the open meetings law is disability, illness, caregiving responsibilities, or any other significant or unexpected factor or event which precludes the members' physical attendance at such a meeting. We also added concern with contracting or spreading a communicable disease as another one of these criteria. And also all of the criteria for being an excused absence, which are in our bylaws, all of those are included also as reasons for you to be able to attend the meeting virtually. But again, if everyone, if we don't have enough people at the meeting, however many people can attend virtually, we can't have a meeting. So someone may actually have to go, well, I can attend virtually, but they can't meet without me. So I'm going to have to go there and I'm not going to like it. We are required to have physical quorums. That's that's the reality.
Yeah, great answer. Daryl, Steve, and Tanya.
Yeah, hi. I just had a question about the counting of the votes and who counts in that equation, because we've certainly have had instances where someone is, virtual, but then when it comes time to vote, they don't answer. They don't say they're not voting. They don't say they abstain. They just don't answer. So they're effectively not there. But how do we?
And again, these are details that we're going to have to work out, but again, they don't affect the actual words in the resolution. Now, it turns out in terms of the actual meeting, either they're there or they're not. And in terms of the virtual thing, because they're required to most of the time be on camera, if they don't answer, and if we see you on camera and you don't answer, then you're actually present and able to vote. And that goes to the counting we always did, which we changed recently, you may recall. But that again doesn't affect the particular document we're talking about tonight. But again, it's a valid point, and we've got until September to come up, with all this. And as Ellie pointed out, we're going to get help from the board president's office, and so I think we will be ready in September, and it's going to be a challenge.
Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sorry, from a procedural point, it's 7:17.
Yes.
I see Steve and Tanya, we're having, and it's, we've already heard from the public, this is mostly board members, and this is still an item on our general meeting. So that way, essentially what I'm saying, let's have Steve and Tanya speak and move discussion to the general meeting so we can adjourn the hearing and start. And
what we're gonna do after Steve and Tanya speak is the group of board members assembled here and now are going to vote on this thing. And then we will go into the general meeting, and that will forward it to the general meeting where it's presumably on the agenda.
Okay, sorry, I missed that point. Thank you, Jim.
Steve and Tanya, 2 minutes each. Steve?
I have a number of comments that I'll save for the discussion during the general session. But what I want to clarify right now is if you're a member of the board and you cannot and you do not cite one of the reasons to have an excused absence, and you still join the meeting virtually, can you participate but just not vote? Can we allow people to still speak and participate during the discussions, even though they may not technically be able to vote? I would like to be able to maximize the participation of our board members. And if for whatever reason they can't cite one of these reasons and can still join the meeting, I don't want to exclude them. So I would like to have some kind of provision here that still says that they can participate.
Well, that's exactly what we cannot do, because that's not what the state law says. There's a specific list we already added to the list about, the fear of diseases. And, we cannot do that. The state law does not allow it. Again, I understand where you're coming from, but we can't.
Tanya.
Okay, very briefly, I just wanted to, Jim, to you, I wanted to say, advocate and say, in terms of the public session, like even with the public session, I feel like we can leave the chat off and talk about that later. As you said, we can work that out. But in terms of people just being able to see who's in the meeting, let's say I'm in a public session. If I'm speaking publicly to the city council or whatever, I can see because I'm there. I can see who's there, who amongst the council members are there, who's in the public is there. And I think that by not allowing people who are virtual to not be able to see who's in the meeting, that is not creating an equal experience. So, and I think that's just a technical change on Zoom. It's not even something that needs to be, but I do think that is vital because it is part of the public session that people, if I was going to speak and come up there and speak, I would want to know who's listening to me, who's there to hear what it is that I'm saying. And so, that's my piece that I still advocate that change is added to that part of the resolution that you all have put together.
Right.
Thank
Again,
you.
we're not, we cannot change the resolution, although, however, and I understand where you're coming from. But the other thing is there's a bit of a fallacy in what you're saying. City council meetings, and in fact, our meetings, probably prior to the pandemic, but certainly now, are broadcast. All of YouTube can be watching and you don't know who they are. You don't know whether they're ogling you or not. But so, again, this is something that would be nice, but the reality is that that's not the case currently at the city council or our board. The invisible public, thousands can be watching.
All right, guys. So 7:20. So Catherine, Jim, let's just call for a vote.
Right. Let's vote.
I see Jay, who's new, has his hand up. Is it clarifying anything prior to a vote, or is it a comment because there's still time to add that during the general meeting?
Yeah, it was just to clarify, I think what Steve was saying, the resolution already says, as indicated earlier, members attending virtually are not part of the quorum for the meeting. However, they may fully participate and vote.
Right, thank you. Okay.
But they have to have one of these excuses according to the law.
Okay, cool.
Let's
All
vote.
right. So I
Roll call.
have a parliamentarian question. Because this is a hearing, do I have to do a roll call?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
All right. Based on who I got here, right?
Yeah, the one that Paola sent you.
The participant list, I suppose.
No. I'm doing it based off the participant list, not the entire board list.
Right.
So just clarifying that. All right. So Joel.
I'm sorry.
For clarification, please.
Yeah. Are we voting again during the general meeting?
Steve, for clarification, at this juncture, I think we are voting on the draft resolution as amended.
Correct.
Precisely.
And there were no further amendments after the thing.
So
I just want to be clear. This is Liz Ritter. I just want to be clear that my two very small changes, which included one of which was to change like to such as.
Liz, did you see the document that was shared on the screen?
I did not, because I am driving, which is why my video is killed.
Yeah, yes, I mentioned that the document includes your edits, Jim's edits,
Great.
to mine.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Reminder, we are voting on the draft resolution that will
as amended
that will be presented at tonight's general meeting, which we will vote on again.
Okay, so move.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to start based on the roster present. So Joel Abreu.
Yes, I'm here.
How do you vote?
Yes.
All right. Richard Allman.
Yes.
Mary Anderson.
Yes.
Jay Baez.
Abstain.
Jacob Banas.
Yes.
Wayne Benjamin.
Yes.
James Berlin.
Yes.
Daniel Bonilla.
Yes.
Tanya Bonner.
Abstain.
James Bosley. I'll come back. Daryl Cochran.
Yes.
Mancita Diawara.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Gotcha. Thank you. Gabriela Estrella.
Yes.
Sally Fisher.
Abstain.
Luana Ferreira. I'll pass. Come back.
Off. Yes, but I'm here.
Okay. Yes. Hi, and welcome to your first general meeting.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here.
Fe Floriman.
Yes.
Barbara Frazier.
Yes.
Leo Jimenez.
Hey, Kathy, yes.
O.C. Kaminer.
Yes.
Liz Ritter.
Yes.
Maria Luna. Is she still having mic issues?
Maria Luna is here. I have it on the phone. She's gonna vote through my phone. Go ahead, Maria.
Okay, yes, I vote yes.
All right, thank you, Maria and Ebenezer. Emily Marte.
Yes.
Kimberly McCoy.
Yes.
Isidro Medina.
Yes.
Jonathan Prometa.
Yes.
Why
wasn't I told?
Oh, Jay, you're here. How do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, I was in the count. Thank you.
You have me
Aisha-
also, Catherine? I'm sorry.
Yeah, one second. Let me just, Aisha, you good?
Abstain.
Abstain? Okay. All right, Yosef, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. Are there any other members that I did not, sorry, Carl Nekbu?
Yes.
That was Carl? Yes. Okay. Are there any
Catherine,
members present?
Simari.
Simari.
I vote yes.
Wendy Pena, I vote yes.
You also have to circle back to James Bosley.
James Bosley, I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Catherine, did you call my name?
I did not. I'm so sorry, Steve. How do you vote?
I'm insulted.
I didn't have you present, that's why.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm doubly insulted. I vote yes.
All right, I vote yes. Eliezer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, and that concludes our public session, I believe. I mean, sorry, our public hearing.
That concludes our public hearing or public session, and we're gonna move right along for those presenters that have been waiting for a few more minutes that they wish that they would have. And we're gonna start with our general agenda. So we're gonna, it's 7:27, call the meeting to order, and we're gonna move along to adopt June 22's agenda. I get a motion on the floor.
Motion. Ellie, has the agenda been amended to include the vote on the hybrid resolution?
Yes, I think. Let me see if it was included on the last, but is there on the last one that they got sent up? Was it included?
Yes, the agenda includes the hybrid resolution, yes.
I don't.
It's on the agenda, Steve.
Oh,
I see,
it-
it's number 7.
It's
It's number
a
7.
separate, it's a separate vote apart from all the other resolutions?
Yeah, it's number 8.
Well, why don't we combine it with the others? Vote on them all together.
Okay, so that's a technicality. That can be done. That's not.
Okay. All right, very
So-
good.
I also have about the
there's,
agenda.
no,
I
go
have a, before it comes up for a vote, I have something about the agenda. I wanted to request that the submitted agenda, a resolution regarding Roe versus Wade be added to the regular part of the agenda, not new business, because we may not have a quorum by the end of the meeting. And I just think it's very important that we don't relegate such an important issue affecting women and women in our community to the end of the meeting, so that that resolution, Roe versus Wade, which is very, very straightforward, can be presented to the board for a vote along with the other resolutions. And this is a resolution that we didn't get a chance to to vote, obviously, because the decision by the Supreme Court didn't come down until after our Health and Environment Committee meeting.
Jim?
And so, I'm sorry. And so I want to, making a motion to add that particular.
I second.
Yes, thank you.
No, no.
OC.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Tanya.
OC.
I
Okay, wait a
second.
second, wait a second. Before you second a motion, Jim, what is the bylaws in reference to resolutions that have not gone through the proper procedures of going through committees, put them in including them in the agenda or being part of the new minutes? What
We
is
have
it?
allowed that many times before. I've been here.
Excuse
So I'm
me,
just
the
saying.
question,
Yes.
the question is
Answer.
to me.
Clarification purposes.
Right. It turns out that any member can ask to amend the agenda. And that would include some resolution that, sort of like exactly what Tanya is talking about. Now, Tanya made a motion to amend the agenda. This motion was seconded. We must now vote on amending the agenda.
Okay, Catherine, tally the votes.
I'm gonna go backwards as we usually do. So again, this is to add.
The chair could just ask if there's any objection. Because
That's
if there's
what I
no
was-
objection, we don't need a roll
Liz,
call vote.
Liz, that's exactly what I was about to do. I'm just clarifying for folks that it's to not leave it at the end, but so we can just all vote because we got over. And I would prefer that because we have over 30 resolutions to vote on tonight.
Right, so thank you,
So-
Catherine. Go ahead.
So are
Do we
there
need a
any
second?
objections?
Do we
Are
need a
there-
second? Second.
I second that
We got
already.
the second, people.
Let me go through the process. Are there any objections to moving the resolution on Roe v. Wade from the new business into the, right below the hybrid,
That'll be number
within Health and Environment's report,
Yeah,
as
I
item number
object.
E?
Yeah, I object to that.
Okay,
You really, because now we're gonna have to go through.
Yeah.
a roll
that's
call
fine.
vote.
I'll go quick. That is fine. That is process. We'll go through it. All right, so I'm gonna call a roll call to vote on moving this item as letter E. I'm gonna start from the top. All right, Joel, how do you vote?
I don't mind.
So that's, yes, you support the motion to move it up.
Yes, I support the motion. So yes.
Richard Allman,
Yes.
Mary Anderson. I'm gonna come back to you, Mary. Jay Baez,
Yes.
Jacob Banas,
Yes.
Wayne Benjamin,
Yes.
James Berlin,
Yes.
Daniel Bonilla,
Yes.
Tanya Bonner,
Yes.
James Bosley,
Yes.
Daryl.
Yes.
I vote yes. Mancita,
Yes.
Gabriela,
Yes.
Sally Fisher. Coming back. Luana,
yeah. I'm sorry, it's a yes. I didn't realize I was on mute.
that's okay. Luana. I'll come back, Luana. Fe, Florimon,
Yes.
Barbara, Fraser said no. Simari,
Yes.
Leo,
Yes.
Joseph,
Yes.
OC.
Yes.
I gotta do it. OC, relax. Liz Red, I'm coming back. Maria Luna, I'm coming back. Emily Marte,
Yes.
Jay Mazer,
Yes.
Kimberly McCoy,
Yes.
Isidro.
I'm sorry, I voted yes.
Who's that? Liz? Yes.
That was Liz,
Liz Ritter.
yes.
Isidro.
Ferreira, I voted yes.
Okay, got you.
My
Isidro.
apologies, Wi-Fi issue.
It's all good. Isidro. I'm moving on. Coming back to Isidro. Jonathan,
Yes.
Aisha,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Carl.
Yes.
Is there anyone that's hold on, let me go back up. Is there anybody that has come into the meeting that I have not called on yet?
Just me, I guess.
Maria Luna, is she around?
Yeah, she's here. Maria?
Yes, I vote yes.
All right, how do you vote, Ellie?
Yes.
All right, so it passes. We will add this as our new resolution, item E, under health and environment.
Beautiful.
We can move
So
on.
new agenda has passed. So now we have to adopt the minutes for the May 2022. I get a motion on the floor to get those minutes approved.
I motion.
A second.
Leah seconds, motion passes. Any abstentions? Any negatives? No. Motion passes. So we have our half a quarter of our agenda already passed. Now, in the spirit of getting our new board members and even some of the existing members reacquainted with us, some of the local organizations that serve our community for so long, we've asked a few of these organizations to come and do monthly presentations in the general meetings. So it happens that one of the ones that I'm closer with is Cloth, Community League of the Heights, who celebrated the 70th anniversary. 70 years of being in the community. So I invited Yvonne Stennett, which I know most of you guys know, but she wasn't able to come for an emergency. But her second person in charge, Deborah, is here. She's going to make a 5 minutes presentation during our time. And hopefully you guys will enjoy it. She has so many good things to present to us. So Deborah, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Can everyone see the screen, what I've put up? Okay, great.
Yes.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our information about Cloth. We're really grateful for this. And I also would like to say that I am a very, very poor substitute for Yvonne, but I will do my best to share this information with you. And hopefully we'll have another chance to come back very soon where Yvonne can be with you and share her history and experience. I have 5 minutes. I have 19 slides, which means I have 15 seconds per slide. So I'm going to go through this pretty fast, but Eli, I believe you have a copy of this, and I hope that you will share this with the board. So what I want to talk about tonight is these items, just highlight our mission, give you a sense of what our programs and priorities are, do a little bragging about some of the things that we've accomplished over the last 70 years, talk about the community challenges that we see the community is facing, and talk about Cloth 2.0, which has our new strategic plan to address the community challenges going forward. So ideas of how we can work together, and then invite you to join us for some of the 70th anniversary celebrations. So we are a whole, this is if Yvonne were here, she'd provide a lot more context for this picture, but we go back to 1952. We were founded by a group of women in the Washington Heights community, and initially founded to work in improving living conditions and opportunities for youth. Over the last 70 years, we've really grown into a multi-service organization, and I'll share with you the types of programs that we offer. But as Eli said, we have a long, rich history. So here, whoops, sorry. Here are our programs and really where we focus our efforts on a day-to-day basis to support and impact the community in the following ways. So I won't go through each and every one of those, but you can see that if someone is coming to us for help, we typically have something that we can provide to them. And normally, our feeling is if someone needs help, that they probably need help in more than one area. So if a person needs a job, they need workforce development, they might also need after-school programs for their children. They might also need to visit our food pantry. So we stand ready to address all of those needs so people don't have to go to, different organizations to get their needs met. So some of our bragging rights, some of you may have seen this last week, June 24th, our school, Community Health Academy of the Heights, the class of 2022 graduated right on 157th Street in front of the school. And this is one of the photos from the graduation. So proud of our class of 2022 and the track record of Community Health Academy of the Heights. We were founded by women of color, African-American women back in 1952, and has been led by African-American women since then. We've only had 2 executive directors. The first was Lucille Bolger and now Yvonne Stennett. We are the oldest and community organization offering a holistic set of services to address residents' needs in the community. And we have a long track record of partnerships with government agencies, nonprofit organizations, foundations, and corporations. As you can see, the list to the right, the length of our association with many government organizations and foundations. And right from the beginning, we were connected to Community Board 12. So we have you right there at the top, 70+ years. Another thing we'd like to brag about is our latest project, the Inwood Library, to be completed in 2023. We are the largest affordable housing developer in Washington Heights. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Inwood Library and that project, but it will be 174 units, I believe, of affordable housing on top of the library and some additional activity space for young people in the community. Just a glance here at some of the impact that we've made in the community over the years. We have built over 3,000 units of affordable housing. We have over 700 children in our after school and summer programs each year. So not only after school was a big component of our work, but we continue that work through the summer, either through after school programs or summer youth employment programs or open streets. So we still continue to focus on the youth and the importance of making sure that they have a bright future in the community. Some of the current challenges that we see are listed here. Probably no surprise to you, and no surprise that this really lines up with our programs and priority areas. Affordable housing is something that I think Cloth is really known for, but we really are making significant investments in workforce development to address the unemployment issue, significant investments in education and health as well. So we're ready. We never shy away from a challenge. And as I mentioned earlier, our Cloth 2.0 initiative is a comprehensive plan to not only upgrade our internal systems, because if we're going to double our budget in 5 years to $8 million, we've got to have systems that can handle that kind of growth. We want to obviously grow our programs. We really want to serve the community in a heightened way. We know that COVID was devastated to so many aspects of our community's lives, and we want to be front and center in making that addressing the negative impact that's been made by COVID. So you see here on the right what we're committing to. We want a 90% increase in the affordable housing units. That's about 600 units of new affordable housing in the next 5 years. 500 new participants in our education program. We want to provide 2,000 living wage jobs and 50% increase in our wellness programs. And our small business development program has actually been revitalized. And so we're looking to design and implement new programs in that area. We've done a lot of great work in that area over the years, but I think we're going to be adding a more sophisticated approach to that going forward. And we really look forward to that. So some of our 2.0 accomplishments, something most recent, some of you may have heard about it. I know that Eli was spreading the word about the job fair, but we had a job fair on May 21st. It was the first time we ever did something like this, and it ended up being a great success. We had 125 participants and 18 employers, everybody from Amazon to local grocery stores who came and participated and talked to the people in the community about jobs that were available. I understand that people are stopping Yvonne on the street, telling her about jobs that they've gotten. And I think people have stopped, they have stopped you, Eli, as well, and shared with you jobs that they've gotten through the job fair. But you can see here some of the other highlights of our accomplishments. We recently planted 5 new tree pits in the Inwood area. And I think that was done maybe a couple of weeks ago. So. Okay, and then just continuing on, this structure may be familiar to you. This is work through our Neighborhood Now project and funding. We got some funding during the pandemic to help restaurants in our area upgrade their outdoor facilities and furnishings. And the Salento restaurant, this is their outdoor dining space that was upgraded with the funds that we received from Neighborhood Now. So. And just winding up here, how can we work together? We see a lot of opportunities to work together going forward. You know, would love for you to promote our open streets, and we can give you this summer, we can give you more details about that, where they're located and timing. Support our Neighborhood Now commercial corridor revitalization project. This is kind of the second iteration of the commercial corridor revitalization. Would love to get your support of that. Working together in creating community needs assessment for the city council budget. You know, we work with thousands of people each year, and so we believe we have good insight into the needs of the community, and would love to share with you what we know and what we're seeing. And of course, invite you to participate in our 70th anniversary events. And then finally, celebrating our 70 years of service. These are some of the events that are coming up. There's going to be a jazz event on July 21st at Jamal Mansion. If you would like to attend, please let Eli know, and he can let us know. We'll send you an invitation. Hopefully you've already gotten one, but if you haven't, please join us. It's going to be a lovely evening. And then our annual gala is going to be October 27th at the Columbia Library, the library. Hopefully you can join us there. And then you see our open streets, July 5th to August 19th. And then our annual health fair, which I think has been going on for 40 or 50 years, is scheduled this year for August 17th. So that's it for me. I thank you for the time.
I think you have 1 or 2 questions. I'm not sure whether those hands have been raised since the last session, but I know Steve is a new hand. I don't know about Jay or Sally. Sally's usual, one of the most vocal people in our board. So I don't know if that's an old hand, but I'm gonna go with Steve.
Okay.
Until Sally unmutes herself.
All right, I'm sorry, is it Deborah?
Yes, yes.
Hi. I have 2 questions. And first would be, I have a particular interest in 99 Fort Washington Avenue. I was involved in getting that building rehabbed, and when it was an abandoned building back in the 80s and turned into a residence for senior citizens. I understand that Cloth now has a role in managing that building. So I'd like to hear some detail from you about what Cloth is doing there. And secondly, there was an abandoned building. I think the address might have been 2110 Amsterdam, which this community board advocated should be rehabbed, and I think it was in that PowerPoint just now. Could you tell us, has that building now been completely renovated and reoccupied?
Yes, the 2110 has, and I went quickly through that, but that's one of the projects that was recently rehabbed by Community League.
Were you able to bring back any of the original tenants who were
Yes, yes,
Oh,
absolutely. They've been relocated. Yep.
Oh, very good. That's really a success story.
Yeah, yeah.
And tell me something about 99 Fort Wash.
Yes, absolutely. So Cloth is a member of a collaborative called PRC, which is a collaborative made up of a construction company, a property management company, and Cloth as a social service provider. And they were selected to rehab and really manage for, I think it's like 99 years, 16 NYCHA developments in New York City. So as our role as a social services provider, and 99 Fort Washington is one of the buildings in this collaborative. And the kinds of things that we're doing there right now is we have a dedicated resource. We call them resident coordinators who are dedicated to the residents. So they will provide they're bilingual, so they provide translation services. They will help in terms of getting home health aides if people need it. They will help if they see that there's kind of a situation that adult protective services should be involved with, they'll contact them and work with the resident to resolve the issue. We recently, last year, did a free eyeglass program. So everyone in 99 Fort Washington had the opportunity to get a free eye exam and free eyeglasses. So those are some of the things that we've been doing. We also did a Christmas party and a turkey giveaway, sort of traditional.
Is that building being rehabbed all over again?
Steve.
Yeah, it's almost done. I mean, all the apartments are done, is my understanding. It's now more of the common spaces, the outside, but all of the apartments are done.
All right. I'd like to talk to you more about it at some point.
Yeah, it's new kitchens, new bathrooms, new windows. It's basically a brand new apartment.
Okay, Deborah, I have two more people. Jay, J1, Jay twice, Jay.
Yes, I actually think that we should all be praising the Community League of the Heights for the great job they've done in providing affordable housing. But we're in the midst of a pandemic, and a lot of people have fallen behind on their rent payments. And I was wondering how many of your 3,000 apartments have residents who have either been evicted, are in the eviction procedure, and what in general is Cloth's eviction procedure for its tenants, who, as you pointed out, are low-income people.
Yeah, that's a great question. I wish I could answer it, but I can't. I don't know what your procedure is, Eli. I'm happy to. I've written it down, and we'll share that with Yvonne. But I'm sorry, I just don't have the knowledge to answer that question.
When you don't, just send your answer to our office, and then we'll forward it to Jay directly, and actually to all the board members, because I'm sure that that's a question that may resonate amongst the membership.
Yeah.
Maria Luna has a question through Ebenezer, our district manager.
Okay.
Hi, Maria, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Deborah. This is Maria Luna. I am so glad to see you and know the work that the continued work of Community of the Heights, which I've been linked to for over 40 years.
Yes, your name is very familiar.
Going back to when immigrants needed translation and having the young people in our community having a secure place for all of us. Going back to Lucille and going back to Yvonne and all of you, the board, I have to praise you because you helped me, the people from the lower Washington Heights where the pandemic, you gave us the supplies, most of the food that I distributed, the people in my area, because not only giving the food out to from the lobby of my building, but also helping me to deliver food to people that cannot come out. So I wish you well. 70 more years to go, and I'm just so happy to see you at the board of the plus. So move on, dear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, that was a big effort during the beginning of the pandemic. I think the first, between March, April, and June, we fed 170,000 people. We bought a van and started delivering meals to people who couldn't visit the food pantry. So, we were able to really regroup and really address the need for food very quickly.
Thank you, Deborah. The work you do is God-given. So thank you.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I have one really quick question and one that maybe not so quick. My quick question is the work on the tree pits in Inwood. Where were they, and did it include the addition of tree guards? And then my second question is, and also I'd like to thank you for all your service in your long and esteemed history. My second question is in regard to the $750,000 in federal funding that you were granted through SBOT. The only detail that I've seen on that is basically a tweet that says, delighted to present Clause 159, $750,000 in federal funding to help in the continuation of its services throughout our community through the Cloth Food Pantry Reimagined project. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to that and how the money will specifically be used.
Yeah, let me just speak generally. I think that's definitely an Yvonne question too that I can, relate to her and get back to you. Yeah, the Reimagined Food Pantry. I mean, we realized, obviously we knew that there is a need for food in our community prior to COVID, and we, were a very large provider of food for the community prior to COVID. But when COVID happened, that spike really began to give us thought about the facility that we have to store the food, distribute the food, and the Reimagined Food Pantry is really the ability to increase the storage of dry food, the storage of frozen food, and the creation of a better workflow in the pantry so that residents have, a better experience when they come to pick up their packages. So that's what I know. I don't know any further details than that, but I'm happy to, relay that to Yvonne and get back to you with details. In terms of the tree pits, yes, tree guards have been ordered. They may have been installed already, but the last time I talked to New York City Tree Pit Services, who was the group that we work with to install the trees, the tree guards have been ordered, and they either installed or will be installed. And I can get back to you on the exact locations. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I can certainly include that in the follow-up.
Great. And I would actually like to talk to someone about the work that you're doing in terms of enhancing green infrastructure, tree pits, and that kind of stuff in Inwood, because we are still owed through participatory budgeting a lot of street trees. And I'm not sure where that stands right now in the city, but maybe that's something we could work together on.
Okay, sure.
Deborah?
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. If you guys have any further questions for her, email our office and then we'll forward the questions to her. Thank you, Deborah, for your patience.
Thank you.
Moving along, I'm going to have DLT's presentation on. Yeah, I think is Lyle is the one who's presenting.
Hi, this is Kimberly from the Manhattan
Hi, Kimberly.
Office.
Hi, how are you?
We actually have some folks from our transit team and then from transit development. It looks like, or from transit, New York City Transit. It looks like Marcus has already been promoted. Hi, Marcus. But we were also hoping to have Dustin from our office, who I don't think has been. He should be in the participants. He'll be giving the presentation.
He was just promoted.
That's Dustin Koo. And then there's also Marcus. You have Joe
Well,
on as well,
I
right?
think it's either Joe or it's Patrick Doherty. Both of those probably should be promoted as well. Patrick Doherty
Pat's
and
not.
Joe Tremonti.
Joe.
Pat's not here? Okay,
he's
so
not.
we're good.
Oh, Joe's on.
I'm here.
So is it just Dustin then that we need to?
Oh, I just got added.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Kim.
Thanks. So thanks for having us here tonight. We had an update meeting with the Community Advisory Board for the 181st Street Busway last week. And so tonight we wanted to give you an update on some of the outreach that we've done. Does that mean sorry, just to clarify, does that mean we have 5 minutes for the whole presentation?
Yes, because you also have a question.
I'm gonna pass it off to Dustin right away.
All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for having us here today. I will be very brief with the presentation to allow time for questions. And if anyone needs to see the full presentation afterwards, feel free to contact Kim, and then we'll be posting this online as well. So I'll start by sharing my screen. Okay. Okay, there you go. All right, so here I'm Dustin Koo. I'm the project manager for the 181st Street Busway project. So we want to come back to you all to give you an update on how this project is going and how we will be moving forward with the pilot. And just a lot of this is just a quick recap on the history of the project, but the reason why we at DOT chose to test out the busway pilot on 181st Street is because it is a very, very high traffic corridor for transit users. There are 5 MTA bus routes that go through here, 68,000 weekday passengers a day go through 181st Street. You know, this is one of the slowest corridors for bus speeds as well. And about 70% of residents in Washington Heights and Inwood do not have access to a car. So just really quick, we've going through the outreach history that we've done. We've met with various stakeholders in this community. We presented to the CB Transportation Committee back in February. And since then, we have done a lot of on-street outreach to try to understand and gather more feedback to how the busway is benefiting or not benefiting the community, and to listen to concerns that the businesses had. And just last week on Thursday, we presented to our community advisory board to hear more up-to-date feedback on the project. So as I mentioned, we did some door-to-door outreach since we last came to the community board in February. So last month in May, we did a business walkthrough with the Washington Heights bid and with the council members, De La Rosa's staff. We went door to door to listen to how the busway was affecting the business community on 181st Street. So just a few key concerns that we heard were that customers were confused about the busway regulations. They were afraid of getting tickets. There was general safety concerns and quality of life concerns in the evening in the community. There is a lot of issues concerning parking availability. And we know that there's a Con Ed construction site happening right here, and that is also affecting a lot of parking spaces as well. We also heard from the business owners that the commercial loading hours are not matching up very well with when they're making their deliveries, and that some improvements could be made there. And also just general concerns about street vending and how it's competing with the local brick and mortar businesses. And then in addition to the business survey, we also did a bus rider survey to understand how the busway was benefiting or not benefiting bus riders, since this is a project to really address, speed and reliability of the bus service on this very congested corridor. Just a quick overview of the demographics and statistics that we got. We got about 220 surveys completed, over 500 conversations with the bus riders on the corridor. Majority of the people that we talked to lived in the Washington Heights neighborhood. They mostly used the bus as their main form of transportation. Their main activity on 181st Street was shopping, and they mostly frequented, food and beverage businesses, service industry businesses, and retail. And just on a high level note, when we asked most people about how they felt about 181st Street after the busway and how it has affected their commutes, overwhelmingly the majority had very positive responses. They felt that the bus service was more frequent, it was faster, and even walking around the streets felt safer. And then I'll just go over this really quickly. Almost half of the people said that the biggest benefit was the improvement to the bus service on 181st Street. Some of the challenges that, most had said that there were no challenges, but, they still citing some issues such as, congestion as the bus approaches the Washington Bridge and getting into the Bronx. Some service issues relating to the BX3, 11, and 13, confusing signage and just general crowding around the bus stops. So, with all that in mind, we really took into consideration the feedback that we got from the bid, from the businesses, and from the bus rider survey. So with everything, taking everything into account, we have decided this is what DOT will be moving forward with. So, we heard from the bid that they really want to reduce the busway hours. So we, analyzed the data, and after talking to the businesses, we're proposing new busway hours now we're proposing 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., whereas before it was 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then we'll be moving to make the busway pilot permanent, just due to how successful it's been for the bus riders and how much it's benefited their commutes. However, we still have ongoing work to do. We're always collecting feedback to improve this project and to improve the corridor. So outstanding work that needs to be done is we're going to be trying to adjust the curb regulations on the intersection of 181st Street and Audubon. We'll be looking into adjusting the commercial loading hours to the afternoon to see if it would help when businesses get their deliveries. We'll be working with client to explore alternatives to how they store their construction materials on the street to sort of free up those parking spaces. And then we'll also continue to monitor traffic on the side streets just to make sure that there are no major issues with congestion that could be affected due to the busway. So that's it for our presentation, and we can open up to questions now.
Just to add one thing that came up last week that's not necessarily talked about there is the signage coming off of the bridge. And so I think we're also looking at if there's any improvements we can make there to help indicate to folks that the busway is coming up.
All right, good questions. We're gonna have a round of four. We'll start with Catherine, Jamila, Isidro, Barbara Fraser. Catherine.
Yeah, you mentioned the congestion through the GWB bridge. Is there another like high priority area of congestion that y'all are going to monitor?
Yeah, so we're monitoring all of the side streets and the streets approaching the bridge. We're collecting before after data. We're also, we have software programs that monitor GPS speeds. We're constantly going to go back and monitor just to see if there are any major red flags.
And just to clarify, it was the Washington Bridge, not the GW Bridge.
Right. Thank you, Jamila.
Hi, everyone. Jamila Sandoval from the City Council members, Carmen de la Rosa's office. I was part of the walk-in with Isidro. Nice to see everyone again. My question is, when is this going to be, when are we going to review the new feedback that comes from all these changes, so that I can keep that in mind as we get phone calls or just inquiries in the office about the busways?
Yeah, so we're always collecting feedback. Those outstanding items in the last slide is just stuff that we're currently working on now. But if there's anything new, feel free to contact Kim's office, and it will be directed towards us on the staff level.
Isidro?
Thank you, Chair. So Dustin, I'm glad that you provided a very detailed debriefing about the survey that you conducted for writers. I would have liked to see a more detailed survey of our merchants, our small merchants there, and you were all witness. Don't like the busway, period. It was very evident that they are completely against this busway. And I would have liked to see more of that feedback so we could have a better idea and concept as to what's actually going on with small merchants. That's the first item I'd like to say. Second, this is one of the slowest corridor, and that's because we are the second most congested citywide. I believe only second to Flatbush as far as bus density is concerned. I think that this is also added to a problem that there should be more attention paid to the George Washington Bridge by DOT by having paid patrol to direct traffic in order to prevent traffic on 181. I truly believe that this problem is going to affect our businesses, our small businesses, if it kept on the hours that you have mentioned, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Our recommendation from the bid is 6 to 10 a.m. and then 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. That would give our small businesses a break to make sure that the clientele that will come will have the opportunity to do some shopping. You have mentioned that the majority of people that come to 181st is to shop. By having this busway, you're going to prohibit them from coming to shop in the area because, in essence, in one city block, I had 6 small businesses closing, mostly because of the busway. So this is something that has to be rectified. I hope that DOT will consider the option of about the hours. And again, if we're going to advocate for small merchants, this is the time for DOT to be open and to make sure that our small businesses don't go away as they are right now, because they're just living in drove, and it's not fair. I think that, the fact that you mentioned that some of the things that you're going to correct to make this happen, I think that they are welcome, but those hours are not even fair. And I will hope that you give us a more comprehensive analysis of the survey that you provided on small merchants and the feedback that they gave you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Isidro. Barbara, and then Jay.
2 questions. One is, in terms of the small merchants, when they have deliveries and a truck pulls up to deliver to a small merchant, that may be in a busway path. Are these delivery trucks being accommodated? Are they being given tickets? What is the relationship between delivery trucks and this busway path? Because again, many of these small merchants, they can't control when they receive delivery. The other question I have is, have you seen an increase in people traveling on the bus routes? And have you seen any increase in the shopping? According to what Isidro is saying, it looks like shopping has been very negatively impacted. And this is supposed to be a commercial corridor. So you're defeating the purpose. So that's really my question. I think that your analysis should also be incorporating what is the cash flow through that area. What is the kind of income that's being generated in that area, not just how many people are riding the bus. I mean, if you're killing a commercial district, you're not serving the public at all. So the two questions about the unloading of that, and then are you actually monitoring the economic activity of the area?
Yeah, so I can start with the question on deliveries. So trucks are allowed to travel through 181st Street. It is a bus and truck busway corridor. So, and then for smaller, private vehicles that may be doing deliveries, such as vans, they don't qualify as trucks. However, they still are allowed to access the curb to unload and unload deliveries, but they would just be subject to the traffic regulations of the busway, meaning that they would have, if they go onto 181st Street and do their pickup and drop off, they must make the next available right turn off of the busway. And then I think you had a question on how if ridership had increased since the busway launched. We did collect data in the full presentation that will be in the full presentation as well, on how on the upward trends of ridership since the busway launch.
And just the comment on the business data, it's really difficult for us to isolate the busway from other things that are going on in the area. So I think DOT doesn't typically do that type of economic analysis, but we can certainly see if there's anything we can get back to you on with that data.
Yeah. Jay? Bias?
Yeah.
No, Jay Bias, sorry. There's two J's. Now I have to be more specific as to which one. Jay Bias.
Hey, I just had a question in regards to the signage. You kept saying you're going to improve the signage, but what does that mean?
So we're still doing internal analysis on whether the signage is adequate, from a driver's perspective. We're always doing internal review of our past projects to see how they can be improved. So we did install new gantry signage in December. They're the large overhead ones that really increase the visibility of the regulations. And we're going to continue to work with our team to see if there's any signage that's confusing, if anything could be more visible, if it's more have a proper spacing to making sure that people are aware, drivers are aware of the traffic regulations.
I would recommend you make a sign that says, you have bus and trucks, and then something saying like, "Oh, other vehicles turn right," because that's been confusing me for a while.
Welcome to the club.
It's been confusing a lot of people, even taxis. And I used to live right by there. My mom lives there, and I rent Zip car there and everything. And to me, it's always been confusing. It hasn't been clear. I don't even know if I'm getting a ticket just for going through or anything.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. No, but if there's a specific part of the busway that you think is particularly confusing, we're always happy to sort of spot check.
Two more questions, Ms. Ritter and then Wayne Benjamin.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that while there may be negative impacts to our local businesses, which are so important to the community as a result of this bus lane, it's very hard. I think a lot of the negative impacts that we're seeing to our business community may relate more to the pandemic. And I understand it may be difficult for DOT to tease out what's what, but as a member of the public and as a member of the board, I want to be sure that as I look at, is this a good idea or is this not a good idea, that I keep in mind the overall economic context that is just slamming businesses left and right. And I don't want to blame the bus lane to the tremendous difficulties that our businesses are having on 181st Street.
Wayne Benjamin.
I'd like to take a slightly different approach to what my colleague Liz Ritter just said, and to, sort of build a bit upon what Barbara and Isidro pointed out. I think often, and this is not a criticism of DOT per se, because it's something that is, I think all city and state agency are guilty of working sometimes a bit too much in their own silo. And I would say that if you're looking at a major commercial strip and you're looking at a traffic intervention, you in partnership with, small business services or EDC or someone need to consider what are the economic impacts, what are the business economic impacts, what are the business revenue impacts of that traffic intervention on that strip. It can't be that from the technical perspective, you're just looking at how traffic is impacted. In my area, we've had an issue with how, residents are impacted by something that is intended to address one issue, but then created others. So I urge you to break out of the silo mentality and think more broadly into how it is impacting the sort of the ecology of that street, not just your area of specialization.
Well said. Dustin, Kimberly, and the other colleague, I'm sure there's three of you. Thank you for the time. You have some homework. You have what Isidro's asked to show, not just the one side of the coin, which is the survey on the riders, but also the riders, as Wayne said, survey on the kind of economic impact that it's had on our businesses that wasn't mentioned. But anyways, thank you for your time, and keep up the good work. We'll continue on until we get this. We're gonna get this right one way or another. Kimberly and Dustin, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everyone.
It's been it's 8 o'clock and change, 8:20, so we're gonna move on to our district manager's report. And hopefully he's short and sweet, so we can have our elected officials or the reps talk for 2 minutes each. So we're gonna shorten out.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, my report, I want to make it short and sweet. Very quickly, I had 2 site visits to the Haven Avenue ramp to the Riverside Drive, the path that we identify and know as the path to the Little Red Lighthouse. 2 weeks ago, I had this visit with Parks Department, along with New York and New Jersey Port Authority. One day we went there with a representative from the New Jersey Port Authority. We observe and try to identify jurisdiction, what is parks, what is New York and New Jersey Port Authority jurisdiction. The next day we went with New York City DOT to identify what belongs to DOT, what belongs to park. DOT finally acknowledged that they are responsible from the 2 entrances onto the ramp from Haven Avenue and the bridge, the overpass, to go to the zigzag. That area, that is the entrance and the bridge, belongs to DOT. And the first time we went there, we saw a DOT crew cleaning it. So they agreed to clean that every other week. The New York, New Jersey Port Authority said that we'll follow up with an issue of what we found, that the lighting there have a sticker that said New York, New Jersey Port Authority. That is very important to find out who has jurisdiction over those lights for the maintenance. We found out that the zigzag that belongs to Parks Department is in very disrepair. There are some railing that is falling apart. They are rotted and they are pushed to the side, and they have peaks that need to be removed because any pedestrian or cyclist may get hurt, try to go there, and sometimes it's dark. Also, we found that the sidewalk on this path, one flag was sunk, a hollow inside, and all this area belongs to Parks Department, and Parks Department is reported that they don't have the funds to repair those one. Nevertheless, I recommended that they must to make this safe for the pedestrian, especially in the winter time when it's very dark to go there. But one good thing is that finally we identify with this administration and this representative for the agency what area belongs to whom. And also DOT reported at the District Service Cabinet meeting that the West 191st Street tunnel to the #1 train, they are in their schedule to clean it every other week. This is the end of my report. Now, the calendar for July, we will be sending by the end of the week. The calendar for September is not complete because we have an issue with one day. The first day of September is before the Labor Day weekend, and we try to confirm is two committees that are going to move the meeting to the next week in order to allow the board members to enjoy the long weekend, the last weekend in the summer, the Labor Day weekend. The green market gonna start on June 30th on the plaza, 175th Street between Wadsworth and Amsterdam, and between Wadsworth and Broadway. So people are looking forward to the green market that are going to start there. This is the end of my report. Thank you very much. I see I have one question from Mr. Steve Simon. Steve?
Could you just tell me who from Parks went on that walk with you on the ramp at Haven?
Yes, it was the manager from the district, Maria Febus.
She's the the assistant administrator, deputy administrator. And my committee, Ebenezer, please make a note of this, wants to move its meeting to September the 8th, the second Thursday in September.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Ebenezer. Thank you for your report. Thank you for the work.
Okay, thank you. God bless you. Have a wonderful summer.
Our elected officials that we have, according to what Catherine's list, we're going to have them speak to us on a short, hopefully, on a short notice. I have Jackson, Jamila, Eli, and Porfiria. Is that Robert Jackson? Or
well, I'm going to be very quick because I know you guys have been in resolutions and I've been following you. I've been on for at least an hour, and I can imagine I have to close a polling place. But let me just say quickly, thank you for having me. Obviously, I represent a large portion of Community Board 12. And in fact, the district now that I'm running in will be all of Community Board 12 and about 1/3 of the district in the new 31st Senatorial District will be in the Bronx. But it has been wonderful to be back in the district full time. Obviously, all of the stuff that's going on today, the Democratic primary, the Rent Guidelines Board, 3.5% for 1 year and 5% for 2 years, and the Department of Education cutting, initially they said $215 million, and now when we testified at the Department of Education hearings, where the speaker and the Rita Joseph, the chair of the Education Committee, Brad Lander, said it's going to really be about $374 million cut to the Department of Education. And I looked at all of the CB and Community School District 10, we're losing about $34 or $39 million, and our schools have to make cuts. And the mayor is saying this is not cut, but they're just reconfiguring based on the loss of students. Well, if you had that much and now you got to go here, that's a cut. I don't care how you try to say it's not a cut. And then obviously, the Supreme Court decision, Roe versus Wade. And as you know, the governor has called us back by a resolution to come up in Albany on Thursday to deal with the security of people carrying pistols on their private property. It's a mess. Let me just tell you that everyone around the district that I've heard are very upset everything that's going on. And so we have to act on behalf of the people, try to keep everyone safe. Safety and security is number one. And then finally, just events coming up. I have a senator on your corner where my team and myself will be out tomorrow, Wednesday, the 29th. We'll be outside Incarnation Church at 175th Street in St. Nicholas from 1 to 4. And on Thursday, June 30th, we will be at Bennett Park, 183rd Street in Fort Washington from 3 to 6. We will also be in Inwood on July 7th. And in fact, most members of CB12, I would hope that you're getting our email update. All of that is an email update as far as things that is coming up in the district. But let me just thank you, all of you, for your volunteering to be part of the leadership of our community and dealing with the issues and concerns that impact all of us. And with that, I'm not going to take any more time because I know you're extremely busy. I just wanted to come in and wish you all a happy summer and peace and blessings to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Health and prosperity for you, Senator Jackson.
Okay.
Oh, Jamila, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Please disregard the background noise. I'm currently standing outside. Just want to share district updates. We have been celebrating our Father's Day events and our community in different ways. Like I always mention, our office is open from 9 to 5, and we take emergency cases at the door, and we usually make appointments. Just want to make sure that it's being spoken about in the community so that more people can come to our office. We know that the budget just passed, and Senator Jackson just spoke about those cuts and how devastating they are, but Councilwoman Carmen De La Rosa is still working on it and still fighting for more money to be allocated to our education funding. And I don't want to speak too much on the decision on Roe versus Wade. It's a devastating setback for women of this country. And we're hoping to come up with ways to empower the women in our community to continue speaking on issues like this and continue fighting the fight. Thank you.
Thank you. So kind of you. Like to the next one up. Wait a minute. I said Eli from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Eli? No? Okay, Porfirio from the Manhattan Borough President's Office is next.
Thank you, Chair Bueno. I appreciate you, and thank you to all the members. June was definitely a celebration month, so I just have a few shout outs. I just wanted to congratulate Noma and Martin Collins on the 20th anniversary of Art Stroll in Upper Manhattan. I wanted to congratulate the Inwood Artworks in the celebration of their 5th annual film festival. Congratulations to the Hispanic Society Museum for the opening of their new summer exhibitions. Happy Pride to everyone as we celebrated our LGBTQIA community during all of Pride Month, and happy belated Juneteenth and Father's Day. I also wanted to take one moment to give a special shout out to Faye Florimong, our very own Community Board 12's chair of the Youth and Education Committee. The intergenerational youth guitar and vocal showcase that she did with the Committee on Concerns for the Aging at the Wyanagel was spectacular. The level of talent of the youth and the work that you did and how you combined that with the care for the seniors was really stunning. And I want to congratulate you and just shout that out. Though we said goodbye to Mariela Lee on community board, I wanted to announce that the Manhattan Borough President is very happy to share the news that he appointed her to the Department of Youth and Community Development Citywide Community Action Board. And as the sole appointee to this board, Marielle will be a voice for all Manhattan residents on the priorities of DCYD, as well as have a voice in allocating critical federal block grants to worthy community service projects throughout the city. The open meetings law, as you know, the Governor Hochul extended the emergency order through July 14th, and Mayor Adams just extended the city's emergency executive order through July 25th. Public restrooms and today, the Manhattan Borough President joined Council Member Rita Joseph and others at the step of City Hall to hold a rally in support of legislation 258, which would combat New York City's notorious lack of public restrooms to improve equity, public health, and sanitation. Notable influencer Teddy Siegel of Got to Go New York City, who has gained national prominence for her social media advocacy for the increase of public restrooms, was also there as and present and tweeting out to everyone. Following the rally, the Manhattan Borough President gave testimony on his legislation at City Council public hearing, and the legislation would be an important step towards ensuring all New Yorkers have access to public restrooms by requiring the city to publish a report on feasible locations to install a public bathroom in every zip code across the 5 boroughs. I want to also mention the deadlines for renewal of SCREE, the Senior Citizens Rent Increase Exemption, and DREE, the Disability Rent Increase Exemption, is this Thursday. So that's just 2 days away. So for our seniors and those who are disabled, it is imperative that the applications be submitted before the deadline. Last thing I will mention, Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court obviously ruled to end federal rights to end legal abortion in the US, returning Roe v. Wade. Last Friday became a sad day for women's rights everywhere and a sad day for this country. We must fight to keep New York City a safe haven for women and for all human rights. And may I add, I am happy to hear that CB12 will be voting on today's resolution related to this decision. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Porfirio. So my regards to Mark and Tricia. Both.
I shall.
Shout out to them. Thank you. Gonna move along to our elected officials past.
All right, we had one more. I forgot to text it to you. Lori's here from other.
Lori, good. Welcome. Yes, sure. No problem.
Okay, good evening. I will just share, I'll try to make this as short and sweet as possible, because I know this is an extremely ambitious agenda that you have this evening. This past Sunday was perhaps a more sober than usual pre-Pride breakfast event, which is, as you know, an annual event where Congressman Espaillat gathers the other elected officials in our community to celebrate Pride Month and Pride March. And this year it was held at a very charming cafe called the Chipped Cup on Broadway at about 148th. I recommend you check it out. But coming on the heels of this horrific statement and resolution from the Supreme Court, there was a lot of very fervent comment on how we must fight. At this event, some really special people, including our own Curtis D. Young, Executive Director of Artistic Noise, were honored, as well as Lee Howard, a Vice President of 1199, Alan Roscoff, and others. Again, echoing the sober mood of this event, it was 2021 was the deadliest year on record for transgender and non-binary people. At least 45 transgender or gender non-conforming people were killed. And so there is much work to be done. On the legislative front, the congressman participated in the bipartisan consensus with the Appropriation Committee, their workup of the fiscal year 2025. And I just want to share with you some of the components. $300 million has been passed for the security of the Security Alliance for Ukraine, as well as additional defense monies for the Baltic states, which of course are the frontline states in their own with their own anxieties with Russian aggression. There will be $2.5 billion in resources for clean energy and climate adaptation, $500 million to address violence against women and to tackle sexual assault in the military. I also want to share with you that we are continuing to host a community event, these weekly events with the congressman. The one for this Sunday is postponed for all of you, any of you that might have been expected to attend. And it will take place instead on Saturday, July 9th at El Caridad, located at 135 West Kingbridge. Please call our office for further information. Closer to home on Sunday, July 17th at Bunai Coffee at the Pinehurst Avenue location, and another coming up in East Harlem, and another, the final one, Saturday the 30th in West Fordham in the Bronx. Please do call the office for any information about these events. They've proven to be really successful because it's an opportunity for constituents to meet face-to-face with the congressman and with staff and voice their concerns and get their problems responded to in real time just by showing up. We get back to them, we do the research, and we follow through. Okay, the congressman was very, very pleased to participate in the gun buyback events in June. The statistics are horrific. And just a shout out from the congressman to Manhattan District Attorney Bragg for his ongoing collaboration to bring attention to the public health crisis that is gun violence. And I want to wish you all, on behalf of the congressman, a wonderful summer.
Thank you, Lori. Don't leave just yet. I think there's a raised hand. I guess is Liz Ritter.
My apologies, that was an erroneously raised hand.
Okay, all right. So thank you, Lori. Thank you very much. So that's the end of our elected officials report. And we are going to now present again for the second time tonight. And we're going to vote on our hybrid meetings resolution, Mr. Jimberlin and Catherine, if you guys want to pretty much just, we don't need to represent it again. So can just vote on it again.
Oh, God, deadly.
Lori,
Deadly.
mute you, Lori. Jim, you want to take the lead since I'm acting as secretary right now?
I'm trying to get my video working and all that good stuff.
Oh, okay, fancy Bluetooth. I just want to acknowledge, sorry, before we move on to the hybrid piece, after the hybrid piece, we will have the public session. I do see Sandra from the FDNY. I'll have you present during the public session, so if you can hang tight.
Thank you. So we just had a public hearing earlier tonight, and at the public hearing, we adopted an amended version of the resolution that was sent out earlier this week. In fact, people got a preview of the amended resolution because it was inadvertently sent out prematurely. But when we had the public hearing, there were no additional changes to this amended resolution, and that resolution was voted on by the board members at the public hearing. It was almost unanimous, and that resolution is now on the floor. Now, we can, Wayne, well, let's see, does anyone need to see the resolution? Because we could have Wayne put it on the screen and you can all look at it. I'm not going to discuss it again because I think I actually discussed it before. I mean, if anyone has any questions, please ask. And remember that the bulk of the resolution from rule number 5 to rule number 9 and rule number 3 basically have to be there exactly as they are because that's required by the state open meetings law. So are there any questions, comments, discussion, additional amendments to the resolution?
Not amendments, you mean questions. So you have right off the bat.
Well, no, actually people at this point in time can amend the resolution. I hope they don't. But
okay,
again,
so,
you know,
all right, so let's move along. Steve, make it relevant and fast. And Jay, Isidro, and I'm assuming that someone else will come up. But right now I have those three. Steve.
Okay, I do have a possible amendment because I would like to see I would like to know before we show up at an in-person meeting that we're actually going to be able to conduct the business of the meeting. And and when I invite speakers to a meeting, I'd like to know that I'm not wasting their time. So I would like to have a process by which we have some assurance that we will have a quorum, or that there's at least a good chance that we will have a quorum at the meeting. So I would like to add a proviso that people should call the office in advance of the meeting to affirm whether or not they will be attending in person.
Unfortunately, the idea is to pass the resolution exactly as the state open meetings law requires it, without any additions.
Well, you have made an addition because you have provided that.
Excuse me, we can actually vote on what you're talking about, but and I don't know if you were at the public hearing.
Yes, I was.
Basically, good. So the thing, and then we'll go to Catherine. But
give me a second, Jim.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, go ahead, Catherine. No,
No,
you go
no,
ahead.
what I was gonna say was just to reiterate Jim's point, and clarify, because it's like, I think a lot of the things that, and even I was in the same boat, that I wanna add are things that are more procedural versus this resolution is allowing us, right, stating and following the open meetings law that we will be able to host hybrid meetings. Now, to Steve's point, we need as a board, right, procedurally to make sure that we have a quorum in person, enough people to conduct business and vote. We need to make sure that folks on the screen and in person are able to participate and can be heard. And, you know, there's a lot of these many points. However, those don't fit within this actual resolution that will allow us to even have a hybrid meeting. I don't, and so I think to again, it's not that like none of that has been, you know, thought of or discussed or like is not a no-brainer. It's just, it doesn't fit within this scope, but is absolutely something that, you know, and we had said that all chairs, all committees need to really plan for. Particularly when there are really key, you know, let's say ULURP things that need to be planned in advance. So I just want to kind of clarify that.
But Catherine, when are we going to have a chance to go over those procedures before we meet again in September? We don't have a, maybe we need a special meeting, but otherwise we don't have a real opportunity until we start having these in-person meetings again in September.
I think most of what you're asking for, Steve, are mostly technical issues as to how the technology is going to work.
Well,
like so let me just answer. If you're part of one of the licensing committee, per se, right? Caesar will send out an email prior to his meeting asking who's going to be present and who's not going to be present. Some of those things that you're talking about are procedural that not necessarily need to be included as part of the resolution. This is just a resolution that is saying, okay, we are going to meet some in person and some via Zoom, whatever technology we'll use. So those are procedural things that we can come up with.
Yeah, but we need to get these procedures in place.
Yes, we are. Yes. Jay, want to hear what you have to say.
I think Liz was trying to respond to something.
Yeah, but we try to go around the clock as to, you know, who raises their hand first.
Okay.
So go ahead, Jay.
One, I have a comment and then a question.
Sure, both.
The comment is, I didn't know we had an opportunity to like change the wording on the resolution. That would have been nice to know. I did ask more than once about getting this more in advance than Friday, and I never got a response in any of the emails. And at least to the question, who decides what are the like special circumstances, I guess, in the resolution? Like who determines what qualifies?
Allow me to answer that, please. The person decides themselves. If you think you have to stay home to take care of someone, you have decided you have childcare responsibilities, and you can't come to the meeting, and that gives you the right to stay home. So the person decides that we don't have some authority deciding. And the other thing is, if you look at the document, which I believe you studied, the other words that are there are the exact quotes from the open meetings law on the various criteria. And then since our criteria in our bylaws for excused absences are pretty much the same kind of things, we decided as a community board in this resolution that if you have, let's get back to the same caregiving. That's one of our excuses for not attending a meeting, an excused absence to a meeting. If you decide, prior to when we had in-person meetings, you could decide I must do caregiving and I now have an excused absence to the meeting and you don't go. Now you have an additional option because you can attend the meeting virtually because you have one of these special things. So I believe, and then the other thing is, and I don't know if you were at the public hearing earlier, but much of this resolution is boilerplate, and it basically we can get you the documents. The state open meetings law says, and the rules must say, and so as I mentioned, I think 5 through 9 of the rules and 3, those are basically the words of the open meetings law. So I hope that answered your question.
Isidro, then Ms. Ritter.
So thank you, Chair. So I have some procedural questions that I need to be addressed. First, Jim, in the case of licensing, we do have owners and representatives that come along. They need to be present. There's no excuse for them not to be present in person, correct? And you can sort of this later on. The second question that I have is, it might be a technical one. I see right now that we have people that place pictures. Would that count that we're seeing them, or it has to be a live face? Because I mean, it's hard to sit through 5 hours just looking at the screen.
Right. Well, I don't know. I forget whether you were at the public hearing, but the answer to that is it has to be a live face. But if you have to go get some food or whatever, you can either walk. And the analogy is, at a real meeting, you can see people coming and going, and here you'll be able to see the same thing. So that's what it's about. But it's not, it has to be a live face. And the other, you have to be able to hear them. But obviously, if there's a lightning storm, you turn off the microphone. And
the reps for the licensing merchants, they have to be present, correct?
Physically present?
Yes.
That is actually something that I don't know, but it really doesn't affect the resolution. It may well be that your committee has the right to make that demand, okay, that they have to be physically present because you're
and the last question that I have is, would the board provide us with the right equipment to make and execute our meetings?
Yes.
Well, I've been assured that the board and our IT committee is working very hard on this, and we will try our best. But they're definitely, and the other thing is there will be all sorts of informal meetings over the summer, and maybe even a training session for even the whole board. We can have a play meeting, so we can an idea of what this stuff will be like. We're not running around blind, but the thing is we have to get this resolution passed.
Right. Thank you. Liz Ritter, Tanya, Aisha, Joel Kiss, and Diane.
Thank you. So everybody raised really valid concerns, both in this meeting and also in the public hearing. And I think trying to micromanage all of the procedural things to capture not only the many valid points that people raised, but also, I'm sure, a ton of stuff that hasn't even occurred to us yet. I think what would be a Solomonic approach would perhaps be to have an additional whereas that says, whereas there are procedural issues that need to be managed or something like that. And then be it further resolved that says that, the executive committee in partnership with the staff are going to come up with the policies and procedures to manage all of these various things. But I don't think we have to address each eventuality in the enabling resolution. The purpose of this resolution is to just have an enabling resolution that meets the basic legal standards as set out by the open meetings law. And I mean, the rest of it, we'll be here from now until next Thursday, figuring out the specifics, and ain't nobody got time for that.
If that's a motion, I second it.
Thank you. Now,
Was a
yes,
motion, and thank
9
you.
o'clock. Tanya, Aisha, Joel, Keith, and Daryl. Then we wrap up, and then we may come back on this.
Yeah,
I just want
Point of order. Point of order. Sorry.
hello.
Yeah, point of order, real quick. Liz, can you please send me the language? Go ahead, Tanya.
Okay, so again, that was an addition to this resolution. So what I wanted to say is I reiterate, I do agree with what Liz just said in terms of that we need to that these things need to be worked out. My concern is that I don't want to leave, for many reasons, anything up to interpretation or any loopholes. So I think that anything that is generated regarding these procedures and policies need to be outlined in writing so that everybody is aware. I don't want to leave anything up to interpretation and or any kind of loopholes, where think people are just making up random rules at will. And so that I want to have avoided. Now I sort of, even though I do feel that yes, we need to have these things outlined, I need a time frame. Like, when would that occur? There needs to be a deadline that there was these policies and procedures will be enacted within a deadline by a certain date prior to September. And also that I disagree that it's just the executive committee, and I said this when I was even on it, is that I feel that there's a lot of insight, even what I'm seeing tonight, from other board members who are not. And so I think that all of those things should come to bear in terms of things that people feel the policies and procedures that should be in place should be a broader conversation and a broader effort. And it's just probably a matter of just having another a meeting to come up with, to hash out these things and in lieu of coming up with our policies and procedures. I don't know what that would look like. So that's my suggestion.
Tanya, your time is up, and the rest
I have 3 more people. Jim is not.
Maybe, but right now I'm speaking as the author of the resolution, and Liz's friendly amendment is not a friendly amendment. It again, and in fact, Liz herself said we didn't want to encumber the resolution with all kinds of extra words.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Excuse me. So the community board is committed to do the stuff that this additional, this additional wordage that Liz wanted put into the resolution. So I'm personally opposed to it. And that means we have to vote on whether we include this language in the resolution. And again, the resolution, I don't like using the word, but the resolution is supposed to be relatively pure, and it doesn't have to do with the details of Community Board 12. It has to do with what the law tells us this resolution has to say, and no more. We can always amend the resolution in the future, but I firmly believe we should leave it as it is. And I've already explained why several times. And so we need to vote on whether we accept Liz's amendment, which I suggest not.
All right. So I have 3 more comments, and we're gonna vote. It's 9 o'clock, and we have 30 other resolutions to go over. All right. So Joel, you haven't said anything today, and about the resolution. When in Daryl, and what is it? Aisha. I see Aisha there.
Yeah, I think I was after Tanya. So first of all, I want to understand, why are we restricted into whatever has been stated by the state? It seems like we're abdicating our right to weigh in on matters, rules, procedures, policies, laws, as we always would in this matter, which is confusing to me. Why are we stuck in the rails of what they've said it was? If we're a community board and we should be able to say, this doesn't work for us or it works for us, right? So that's one. The other thing is, it seems to not be a true option to have a hybrid meeting. It instead is an in-person meeting with the option to opt out if you have eligible excuses. And that seems just like what it's always been. And in addition to that, what it's always been has also been a little hairy. I feel like it has been very slow motion with the efforts to engage the broader body of board members in a conversation about the bylaws and the problems that exist within it that need to be corrected. One of those examples I have personally experienced, which is if you have business travel, you would be excused if your business travel was out of state, right? But if you had a business travel, if you had a business meeting for your work that was on 35th Street in New York that conflicted with the time of the meeting, or even in the same building as the meeting, you are now not excused, even though essentially you're both not able to attend the meeting for purposes of your work, which seems prejudicial and unfair depending on the type of work a person has. Maybe they have a job that allows them to travel or requires them to go far or not. And that seems like not a good reason to exclude someone from being able to have an excuse. So I feel like those are some of the things that need to be massaged. It still seems like I don't understand who gets to have an excuse to not be at the meeting and show up. And then there was something that was said about if you couldn't physically be at the meeting but still could log in, that somehow you wouldn't be able to participate, or that it wouldn't count. That all of that seems very confusing to me. So I would like clarification on those matters.
Well, unfortunately, and I agree, you're quite confused because most of the issues you're talking about are addressed very clearly in the document that we're going to vote on, that I would like to leave as it is. And the whole point is that in legal matters, sometimes there are certain words that have to be in certain places. Otherwise, you can't hold hybrid meetings. And we were given instruction, very clear, I believe very professional instruction on what the resolution must be like and what it must contain. And that's what we produced. And the issue about excused absences is not really relevant. I mean, we can talk about it some other time, but it's not relevant to this resolution and the words in it.
Carol, Wayne, Joel.
I'm sorry, really quick. How is it not relevant if you said a person can decide if they want to stay home because they have to watch their children, that they are self-selecting that they are eligible? You literally said that a few minutes ago. So that's what it seems fuzzy. It seems like a very fuzzy map.
It's not fuzzy at all. It's exactly like what we do now with excused absences. You can decide you're sick. You don't have to have an excuse, a doctor's note. You decide you're sick, you stay home. You decide you have to care for someone. You have the right then, because you're following the law, which says, childcare, for example, is one reason that you're allowed to attend the meeting virtually. You can then have the right, because of what the open meetings law says, to attend the meeting virtually, and you can discuss things at the meeting and you can vote at the meeting. So that, so nothing is different. And then again, the issues you have with our bylaws, we can work on, but it's not relevant to what we're doing tonight.
Joel?
Oh, I think it was me.
Oh, good, Darryl. Sorry. I think you lowered your hand.
Oh, yeah. Someone put my hand up. Yeah. Does this resolution or the open meetings law preclude us from mandating an in-person requirement, like an annual in-person requirement that someone must attend, 6 meetings in person?
No.
I think that that's interesting. We already have that requirement, and these new rules don't affect that. So, for example, although you may be eligible to stay home and be virtual every single meeting, if our bylaws, which they do, say you must come to 6 meetings, then your body must actually be at 6 meetings, and this virtual attendance doesn't count for that. So that, you see, this is just a layer on top of it to enable the hybrid meetings. But
so virtual attendance does not meet the requirements for the meeting, the bylaws we already have set out on this.
Right, although that, we have to look at that, but it essentially does.
Yeah, all right.
Virtual attendance would count as
We're
attendance,
interrupted.
just doesn't count
Yes.
as a quorum.
Okay, Wayne.
Yeah, I just want to very quickly reiterate something that, Liz said and something that I emailed to Catherine and others. As Liz pointed out, but I think Jim also made the point, the state legislature amended the open meetings law to allow for community boards, among others, to have hybrid meetings. And it clearly states, if we want to take advantage of that, we have to pass a resolution authorizing the board to do that. And once we do that, we can then say, as Liz and others pointed out, these are the procedures we are going to use in order to make hybrid meetings work. And in terms of when those rules should be formalized, I point out to everyone, we do have a committee of the whole meeting scheduled for July. There's no reason why everyone who's coming up with these ideas can't reduce them all to write things, send them to a point person, consolidate them, and have something for us to look at, chew on, and adopt at that committee of the whole meeting in July.
Beautiful said. Joel. Joel twice.
I just had a quick question. And maybe this was brought up already. And to your point, Tanya, I do agree that things need to be detailed. And maybe we do need a point person to kind of come up with all these nuances and write it down on paper. But my quick question is, what time or how much notice do we need? And maybe this was already brought up and I didn't hear. How much time do you need for to let people know or the board know that you won't be attending?
I don't believe there's any notice requirement. You can tell them 5 minutes. If you can't come, you can't come. We're not some crazy bureaucracy, run by some crazed president or something. If you think you can't come 5 minutes before the meeting, you can't come. And if you can somehow attend virtually, so much the better. And if you can't, well, we're going to miss you.
Richard Coleman.
Okay, understood. But yeah, we should definitely get like a point first, because there's a lot of nuances that need to be written down. So nothing could be left to interpretation.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Richard Ullman.
I'll pass. Wayne spoke pretty well for me.
Okay, Sally, and that's it. And Catherine, we're going into a vote. Okay, Catherine.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
Okay, I think I froze. All right, so we will start the vote. Again, this is in support of authorizing.
I need to be able to speak. I'm not sure why that was skipped over.
You weren't
No,
skipped
you were
over, you were
called.
called twice.
Sorry, go
Okay.
ahead, Sally, go.
Okay, my comments are in regard to item number 6. Members of the public attending virtually must be able to participate in the public session just like those members of the public attending in person. I would offer what I hope would be a friendly amendment that says members of the public attending virtually must be able to participate in the meeting like those members of the public attending in person. And I raise this for 2 reasons. One is all the concerns that came up and have continued to come up in terms of how the public doesn't really have full access to the meetings in terms of seeing who else is in the room. But secondly, if we limit our discussion of the public's participation to what is written here, that means that there's no guarantee of public participation in committee meetings because there's not typically a public session in committee meetings. Some chairs allow the public to participate, some chairs don't. So I wonder where In this resolution, we address public participation, not only in the general meeting, but in committee meetings.
Again, and I said this to you before, and I'm more than happy to say it again. The language in that resolution is the language that the law requires. And if we add additional language, it could even invalidate our ability to have virtual meetings. We don't want to do. Excuse me, I'm not done talking yet.
Sorry.
Okay. The key is these words are there for a reason. Now, and these are the words we have to have in the resolution. Like I said, if we change it sufficiently, and this is one of the things we really mustn't change, then it might invalidate the resolution. So, and as I mentioned earlier too, because someone, said they want, and this is an issue, and I understand the issue. They said, when you address the city council and you look around, you know who's there and who's listening. And that's not true at all, because these meetings are broadcast. You have no idea who's listening. So, expecting a higher standard from us is not necessarily reasonable, but in any event, is not relevant to what we're doing tonight. So again, I don't think we should, change, and certainly that's one we don't want to change. Those are up at the level of the magic words.
All right, Catherine, 9:10 p.m., call for a vote. Roll call.
All right, just give me a minute. Again, this is voting. I see hands. We typically do not
Are
take
we,
hands.
are we voting on the,
We're voting on the resolution.
On
right,
only
but there's a motion on the floor that was seconded.
who seconded the motion?
Nobody.
No, are we talking about Liz's motion? I seconded it.
Steve seconded it. So there's a motion on
Okay.
the floor which was seconded, and we have to vote on that.
That is
What was
correct.
the motion? What was the motion?
This is a resolution to add this extra verbiage that, unless of course, everyone won't be opposed to it, so we're gonna have a roll call on this.
I need the.
I don't.
I
What
need
was the motion?
verbiage. Sorry, hold on. Liz put forth a motion to add a whereas that essentially captured that we are going to work on these procedural things, work plan, et cetera, et cetera. To
And then there would
include
be
it
a
in,
resolve.
and that was right as an additional resolve, not whereas. We can vote on that now, but I do need.
It would be both. There would be a resolve that says, whereas it's necessary to, there are a number of technical and procedural
Okay,
requirements.
so
So
Kathy,
we're
go
gonna
ahead.
vote on that. We can vote on that, but Liz, I need the verbiage so that we can vote on the actual resolution as amended.
Didn't you just a little while ago ask her to send you the language that you wanted in? So what's the point? So let's just get it, include it, and just vote
No,
on what
we're
we
not
have.
going to include it.
It has to be voted on first.
Exactly, that's what I just said. We're gonna vote on the inclusion of that language, and then we're gonna vote on the resolution. Go ahead.
All right, give me 1 second to add on whereas.
Remember, I urge us not to change any of the words. Not that they're totally magical, but.
Okay, all right, we're gonna vote now.
Couldn't we, I'm sorry, but when we came up with the people, because there've been like, some comment on it, because I agree with Liz, I just need a date. Like, what is the time frame? I'm concerned it's going to get lost in the ether like it happens. And so I just want to know when this is going to happen. I agree with everything else she said. I just need a date.
So I'd like to read the language that I sent to Catherine.
No, let her read it. Let her take care. Let's just
don't stop.
Just stay still. James, I'm gonna have to go ahead, Catherine. Keep going so we can get a.
Liz, read your whereas, please. Oh, okay. I guess I'll read it. Whereas there are a number of technical and procedural requirements to ensure smooth operation of hybrid meetings, be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole will adopt technical requirements and procedures for the smooth running of virtual meetings that ensures public participation. So this is what she put forth that was seconded as it's being read. And this is a parliamentary question. Sorry, I'm thinking now that I read it, is it being commented on, or is it that we have to vote on
We already decided to vote and people were commenting on it earlier. And the other thing is there's a be it resolved that you didn't read that's also part of this change.
There's no discussion on it?
We gotta have discussion. This is
We
not,
have
it's
to
not
have a
okay.
discussion on that.
I'm
Okay,
sorry. And I,
fine,
no.
fine, let's have
Hold
a
on.
discussion, but you know,
People, let's
again,
just,
you know, ideally, I think we don't mess with the resolution, but. if
Okay,
people want
so
to do it,
Jim,
Fine.
all right, so I'm gonna make a point of order. This is Liz's reso language, so there's 3 hands. Those 3 hands should be
Wait.
directed to Liz.
okay, so wait a minute. There's a motion on the floor that was seconded by Steve Simon. Okay, so we're gonna vote on that inclusion of that language. There are 2 people that are asking, and I hope it's in reference to that specific motion on the floor. If not, I'm not gonna take any more actions unless it's just specifically towards that. Darrell and then Joel. Darrell, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, it references the committee of the whole. Are you referring specifically to the July meeting?
The answer is yes. So Joel, next.
I just feel, just a comment, I feel like that whereas is redundant, seeing that we can adjust the amendment at any time. That's just my 2 cents.
9:15. Let's include it. It's 9:15. Thank you. So now, Catherine, those.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
And then Jay.
I need a time.
Jay,
So
yeah.
we're talking about, it was specific at the committee of the whole on what a specific date.
It's
Can
the
we put the
July
date in?
2020, it's on the calendar.
July 9th.
Great, put it in a resolution. That's all I'm saying. Put it
I
in the
got it.
resolution.
Tanya, I got it. It's July
On
9th.
the calendar.
Jay.
People don't know that.
Yeah,
Jay.
my question is, since it is a committee of the whole and not a regular meeting, how can we pass a resolution at it? I, for one, never attend committee of the whole meetings simply because they don't have the power to do anything but talk.
The committee of the whole can adopt, and at the September meeting, the board ratifies. We've done it in the past. You should make sure you attend.
Jay, let's make an effort to attend, Jay. Catherine, all right, since now that we have that, let's vote, and let's vote twice.
Okay. All right, so we are voting right now if you're gonna vote yes, it is to include this whereas and resolved into the resolution.
If you want, just ask for abstentions, and let's just make it easier. And let's just make that easy.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Right.
We need
Is
a
there-
roll call.
Excuse me?
Let's move forward.
Let's
please.
do the full roll call.
Yes,
We're gonna do a
yes,
full roll call.
right.
All right,
Yes,
so,
please.
all right, let's go. Joel.
No.
What are we voting on?
Oh,
All right, Barbara and everyone,
So y'all need to
right
pay
now,
attention.
let's please mute yourself unless you are me right now or I call your name. We are voting on to include the resolution that was proposed by Liz, seconded by Steve, into the hybrid resolution. The added language, and I'm gonna read it. Says, whereas there are a number of technical and procedural requirements to ensure smooth operation of hybrid meetings, be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole on July 19th, 2022 will adopt technical requirements and procedures for the smooth running of virtual meetings that ensures public participation. So if you're voting yes, no, abstention, it is to include that language in the reso.
Should actually be public and board member participation because both of those items were raised by people.
All right, Catherine.
Apologies.
And,
All
and
right,
it should
so-
include, and it should include the date of the committee of the whole meeting.
Right, July 19, 2022, it's in there. So Joelle votes no. Richard Allman. I'll come back, Richard. Mary.
Hi, yes.
Jay Baez.
Yes.
Jacob Banas.
Abstain.
Wayne Benjamin.
yes.
James Berlin. I'm gonna come
No.
back. No, okay. Danielle Bonilla,
Yes.
Tanya Bonner,
Yes.
James Bosley,
Yes.
Darrow,
Abstain.
I vote yes. Mancita, I'll come back to you. Domingo,
Yes.
Gabriela,
Yes.
Sally,
Yes.
Luana, coming back. Faye,
Yes.
Barbara.
Luana put her thumbs up and is having trouble unmuting.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Luana, because we need we need to hear you. Barbara Frazier,
Yes.
C. Marie,
Yes.
thank you. Leo,
One abstain.
Joseph,
Yes.
Osi,
Yes.
Liz,
Yes.
Maria Luna. I'm gonna come back because she's on a call.
She's here. She's here.
Oh,
I'm voting no.
I heard that loud and clear. Emily,
Abstain.
Jay Mazer,
No.
Kimberly McCoy,
No.
Isidro,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Abstain.
Aisha,
Abstain.
and Wendy. Wendy, I'm gonna come back. Steve,
Yes.
Carl.
Yes.
All right, Wendy. Eliezer. Is there anybody that I missed?
Me. Me, Bruce.
Luana.
Yeah.
Luana, dime. What's your
Luana,
vote,
can you go ahead
Luana?
and vote?
Is everybody hearing me? I'm yes.
Yes, I heard you super loud and clear right now. Okay. Let me tally, but it looks like the motion passes.
Catherine.
Yes, Bruce.
Bruce votes yes.
Welcome back, Bruce.
Okay. Beautiful. So
just need a second.
Resolution is already, yeah, you don't need to give the results right now. We just need to move forward with this meeting. The public session, did you have anyone that?
Yes, we have a good amount of people. I just need 2 seconds to make sure.
Go ahead and take a look.
To be clear, okay, so the motion passes. We do need to, are we voting right now on the actual resolution or we want to wait until the end of licensing for everything again? I'm gonna take that as we wait.
We should vote.
Let's just move, let's just vote. Do it again.
So with the addition of the whereas, I'm gonna do this backwards. Is there anybody who objects to the resolution on hybrid meeting, excuse me? Are there any abstentions?
Yes.
All right.
Sally Fisher.
Sally Fisher. Is there anybody else who abstains? Please unmute yourself.
Any opposed?
Is there anybody in conflict?
I'm sorry, I cut off for me for a second. What are we voting for at the moment?
We're voting on the actual resolution right now with the addition of that whereas. So I'm going backwards. So if there's anybody in opposition or an abstention.
So what was the first vote? Wasn't that on the resolution?
No, that was to add the two whereases, the whereas and the resolve that Liz proposed.
It was on the amendment to the resolution.
Yeah, thank you.
So I abstain.
Okay. With that clear, is there anybody else who is abstaining? Is there anybody else in opposition? I'm gonna say it again. All right. And I will take, and no conflicts. Okay, so that concludes. Jay, is your hand up because you're voting?
No, no, no.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the vote. We're gonna go on to the public session. 1 second, let me just pull up the list that I came in earlier. All right. All right, so first up we have Catherine O'Sullivan. I will unmute. Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Catherine.
I'm trying. Hi there, everybody. Yeah, I'm really frustrated because I've been living in this place, the Axis of Evil, Seaman Avenue and Dykeman Street, for the last 10 years. I've lived here since 1992, but it is a disgrace. And I don't actually think you will do anything, but I'm going to say it for the record anyway, that it's just a disgrace that residents are not considered in what happens here. You know, last Sunday, Mama Juana was so loud, I could not sleep. You know, they should be soundproofing their establishment, but they don't. And they don't have to, because you know what? They are protected and nobody will change anything. But I want it to be on the record that this is a disgrace and this is horrible for residents of New York City. It is absolutely shameful that you will not do anything for the residents of this city. It's really horrible. You will not do anything. They are loud. They know they are loud. I have offered them to do a soundproof test at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, not at 2 a.m., because I'm not going to get up and try and do this in the small hours of the morning when I want to be sleeping. They are a disgrace. And I'm going to add that Papacito is also terrible. So is Taboo, and so is Patapalo. They are all awful places. They are not neighborhood facilities that actually give anything to the neighborhood. They are just awful.
Can't even get lunch there.
They're just awful. So, you know, you do what you want to do. You will do what you will do. We will get nothing. I know that, but it is on the record. This is a disgrace.
Are you on the camera?
Okay, thank you, Catherine.
You're on camera.
I'm sorry. Is there a timer for the public session?
Yeah, there's time limits per person. So I was just asking for support on that. All right. We have Julia Chait. Sorry if I messed up your name. Go ahead, Julia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julia Cheat, and I'm a youth worker and mental health advocate for Growth and Development Services. July is especially significant in terms of advocacy because it is the National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. This month is dedicated to bringing greater awareness to the racial and ethnic minority communities struggling with mental health. GDS advocates for mental health services for people of color, and Leaders for Change is only one out of many of its services supporting these individuals. We need strength in our community, such that this community has to support each other. There is a greater struggle for people of color grappling with mental health issues because they're already facing stigma, and admitting to suffering from a disorder will only exacerbate this stigmatism. We must come together as a community and support these individuals as well as the services that support and work with them. The Leaders for Change program is a virtual program that offers emotional, social, and educational support, as well as career readiness to youth struggling socially and emotionally. Many lack mental health support, require educational and career preparation, and suffer from other mental health issues. Through Leaders for Change, youth can express issues, concerns, and solutions to any challenges that they are undergoing. GDS trains staff and volunteers to support the youth with tools to cope with stress, wellness practices, mentorship sessions, and leadership development programs to successfully teach these youth to combat stressors. Youth become empowered through these sessions to advocate for themselves and become leaders for change. Leaders for Change is the virtual version of GDS's Excel program. We hope that GDS can either reclaim its home in the Fort Washington Armory or find a new space where we can continue our services. Unfortunately, GDS was evicted from its space in the Fort Washington Armory. GDS was following all the proper protocols and guidelines. We were told that our space was needed for the community, yet 3 years later, the space has been completely vacant. As effective as Leaders for Change is, we desperately need a space so that we can collaborate with the youth in person to make an even more effective impact on them in order for the youth to thrive at home, in school, and in their future. Thank you.
Catherine, you're muted.
Thank you. Olivia, you can go. Olivia Sage is next. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Olivia, and I'm a volunteer as a social justice advocate intern at Growth and Development Services. I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to share our voices and advocate for the programs that we so deeply believe in. Since 1996, GDS has been offering its services to marginalized youth. We've provided the resources and inspiration necessary for those who participate to succeed and gain confidence in themselves. I have been following the work of GDS and have seen how influential this program has been. After being evicted from the Armory, too many of our youth lost the opportunity to receive much needed mental health resources and the ability to further develop the interpersonal connections that are so necessary. In order for many programs to thrive, they depend on the use of public space. Community spaces provide a backbone and a safe haven for the youth who need services like GDS. Community space is imperative for youth to discover themselves, make new friends, and create longer-term plans with mentors. There is a considerable need for GDS in the community, and for it to be successful, it needs a community location. With that being said, we would like to know what happened to the May 25th, 2021 resolution that many of you voted on to move forward with regarding the Armory and the use of community space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Sadie Adams. You can unmute.
Hello, thank you. Reflect on everything that's been going on in our community and just in this country in general right now. Stress alone has been linked to several detrimental health outcomes like hypertension, stroke, and heart disease. Now, when you account for the complexities and layers of stress like vicarious trauma from disparities in our criminal justice system, violence in our communities, bigotry, financial strain, family sickness, and death, it takes this conversation of stress to another level. And these are just a few examples of our emotional environment. When you go into account for the physical environment, like how low maintenance apartments, ambient particulate matter, pollution from cars, the crowdedness of the city, pollution from trains and other public transportation, plastic, lead, pesticides, and other contaminants in our food and water, these are all confounding variables when discussing the correlation between stress and detrimental health conditions. But as you understand, it's all a cycle. They're all interconnected, so much so that it's really hard to pinpoint the true cause. One thing is for certain: access to mental health care, learning about and truly understanding the importance of self-care, surrounding yourself with a safe community of people who push you and care for you, give you the tools to advocate for yourself, increase your educational opportunities. All these things are literally essential to mitigating that impact. Access to resources like this is what separates those that succumb to crime or other adverse events like sickness and those that don't. That is what Growth and Development Services is here to do, and that's what it's been here to do for the last 25 years. And that is why we're all here in community asking you guys to help us find a new space to be in this community that we love, this community that we need, and that needs us. And if you're listening to this and you need mental health support, we invite you to our upcoming event on July 14th at 5:30 p.m. on Zoom, and to please visit our website at www.excelgds.org and follow us on social media at excelgds. And any of you in the community board members or public officials listening that have the ability to help us find a community space, please contact me at Zadie Adams, ZADAMS at excelgds.org. And I'd like to thank you guys for all the presentations that you've made tonight. They've been very impactful. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you, Zadie. Next up, we have Randall Torrey from Riseboro.
Hello, everybody. This is Randall Torrey. I'm Community Engagement Manager with Riseboro. And as many of you know, we are working on a project at 37 Hillside. So I'm here I'm keeping it very brief. Just wanted to give an update that the project is a 164 unit, 9-story senior living facility. And one of the things that we would like to do is to let you know that we anticipate that we will be completed the project by October 2023. So about 6 months or so before that is when we'll start marketing the project. So what we would like to do between now and that period is sort of make regular visits to the community board, speak to you about what the process is to make sure that people in the community are first in line for that project. Second thing we would like to do is come back and discuss with you local hiring, because I know that has not been a conversation we've had, but we would love to have that conversation with this community board again and enlist your help in making sure that folks from the community are working on the project. So those are a couple of things. My email address is rtoure, Toure, @riseboro.org. I would love to speak to anybody who's interested in discussing those matters. And also we will be requesting meetings with pertinent committees in the fall. The Housing Committee, or the and certain committees related to senior citizens, and also Economic Development Committee. So if anybody would like to, like I said, reach out to me, you can. If you know anybody who is interested in work, you can reach out to me at that email address. And also if you know of anybody who is interested, a local person who may want to work on the project, you can also reach out. We are asking folks to go through Building Skills New York, so I'm sure you're familiar with them. So that's how it'll go. Thank you very much. I hear the beep and I'm finished.
Right on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Take care.
Next up, we have Sandra Sanchez from the FDNY.
Hello, good evening. Sandra Sanchez, FDNY Community Affairs. Want to share with you that after a pandemic pause, we are having our block parties back again this year. And this year, the block party will be in the confines of Community Board 12 on July 23rd. So from 11 to 4 a.m., we'll be at 29 Vermilion Avenue. That is at our Engine 95 Ladder 36 station. So we are inviting you to come and join us. It will be a day of games, food, and music. And I really mean this when I say that it is fun for the entire family. If you're too big for a bouncy house, recruitment will be there. So you may want to bounce into the FDNY as a career. So we invite you to join us. If you are interested in partnering with us, please feel free to reach out to me at sandra.sanchez@fdny.nyc.gov. Ebenezer has all the information and the flyer, and we'll be happy to share with you. See you then, July 23rd, 11 to 4.
Sounded like a PSA. I see hands, and normally we don't take ask, but I just want to clarify. You meant 4 p.m. because I know it feels like 4 a.m., but
Yeah.
4 p.m. Okay.
Right. Go right ahead, Catherine.
Okay, Tanya, was that same?
Yeah, I just had a question for Ms. Sanchez. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about fireworks. What is the FDNY plan to deal with the distribution of these fireworks that keep waking me up at 3 o'clock in the morning with M80s going off, giving me a heart attack? Just wanted to touch base with you all and see what's being done to address that, because we've been talking about that with you all for like over 2+ years now. So, just wanted to find out, if there's anything new that we need to be aware of to help alleviate these issues within our community. Thank you.
So
Sandra.
Hold on, so before you respond, and I know that's vital and we often talk about it, but we're in the public session and we still have 2 more folks. Sandra, can you send a notice regarding fireworks? And I know they tend to send them also during the summer so that we can communicate that to the board and the public.
Certainly will do. And I'll circle back specific with you, Tanya, with the fire marshals for that.
Okay. So we have Dykeman, thank you. We have Dykeman Farm, where they at? Dykeman Farmhouse.
Morris Jamel still there?
And Morris Jamel's still here too. Yeah.
Hi, I'm here from Dykeman Farmhouse.
Thank you. Welcome. My understanding is you were speaking for the public session as well?
I'm just speaking to talk briefly about us before I know that you're going to be speaking at some point about our capital project.
Yeah, so you have 2 minutes on the resolution to speak on the resolution.
Wait, am I talking about the museum and our capital project?
Yes.
Okay. So hi everyone, I'm Meredith Horsford. I'm here from the Dykeman Farmhouse Museum. We are a historic house museum on 204 on Broadway. Many of you, I see a lot of familiar faces here. I'm just here to talk very briefly about what we do as an organization and kind of what we're headed toward. We serve a lot of school groups. We hold a lot of public programs. We work with a lot of local artists to exhibit site-specific contemporary artwork at the museum. And we've really been doing a lot of research in the last couple of years on the enslaved and free Black people that lived and worked on the farm, and really highlighting that history and really thinking about expanding our narrative and not just talking about the history of the Dykemans, but talking about all of the other people that helped make the farm prosperous. And all about the history of our community. So that's what we've really been focusing on. We will be undergoing a capital project that will provide a lot of ADA accessibility onto the site. If you're familiar with the site, you know we have a lot of stairs and we're on a huge embankment. That is a really exciting change for us. We're also in the midst of kind of rethinking our interpretation at the museum and the stories that we tell and what we talk about at the museum. So we've been holding community feedback sessions to gather feedback from anyone in the community so that we can make sure that what we're moving toward at the museum is the best, most inclusive experience for our visitors. So we invite you to attend any of those community feedback sessions, which will be happening in July. The 27th of July is our first, which will be held in English, and that's the 27th in English, and the 28th will be in Spanish. So we hope you'll join us.
All right, excellent. Thank you. And then we have a rep from Morris Jamel Mansion. My understanding is you're also seeking to speak on the reso item. Go ahead.
Sure. Hi, my name is Shiloh Holly. I'm the executive director at the Morris Jamel Mansion. Many of our programmings also parallel Dykeman Farmhouse's programming. We also serve school groups, the local community through concerts and many outdoor activities, as well as being a museum that's open to the public 4 days a week. We are, as you guys know, going through a pending capital restoration project, which will also allow barrier-free access to the first floor of the museum. And this project is desperately needed not only to attend to the deteriorating woodwork around on the building, but also allow for the community and greater public to access the museum so we can serve future generations of Upper Manhattan and New York City and international tourists.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that concludes our public session. If I did see an extra hand, you had to sign up previously. The Q&A is open. Drop your comment, question, whatever in the Q&A, and all board members will see it.
Okay, beautiful. Thanks, Kat. So we're going to now move on to our committee resolutions. Mary Anderson, you're the first one up. Reference to MJHS and critical healthcare wellness services. Mary, would you want to read it or you want to just make the presentation? Floor is yours.
You want me to do the committee report also?
You could do both.
Okay. So let me do the committee report first. Our meeting on June 2nd was, we had a presentation from MJHS folks on cultural diversity and sensitivity, led by Diana Ashley, who's the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, and presented by Toby Weiss, AVP of Cultural of Cultural Diversity, and Ashton Stewart, the Veteran Liaison and Cultural Sensitivity Outreach Coordinator, both of them with the MJHS Hospice and Palliative Care. Their presentation was absolutely overwhelming in terms of what MJHS does and following their mission statement to provide all of this diversity training and very educational for the committee and attendees as well. And it was such a wonderful presentation that the committee, actually Richard Allman, proposed that we have a resolution to thank them for their very hard work in this area. I think everyone hopefully has seen the resolution. If not, I can read it. So whereas MJHS provides critical health and wellness services, I must say too that this presentation was along, in conjunction with it being Pride Month, and there was some discussion about the LGBTQ aging population and how the sensitivity in their areas is very important to bring out the issues that they are dealing with as well. So whereas MJHS provides critical health and wellness services in the CB12 area and elsewhere, whereas MJHS made a presentation on June 2nd to CB12's Committee on Aging on Cultural Competency and Human Services that included detailed information and educational materials from MJHS's success and leadership in this area. Whereas the presentation was done with respect for LGBTQ Pride Month and concerns of and connections with other marginalized communities. And whereas the presentation helped to increase CB12's capacity to address these issues in the community, therefore be it resolved, Community Board 12 Manhattan expresses its appreciation to MJHS for its experience, leadership, and contribution to the work of CB12. I'd also like to just add that it was wonderful as peripheral, can't say his name. As was mentioned earlier in the meeting, it was a wonderful thing to be able to join with Dave Florimon and the Youth and Education Committee to present this intergenerational guitar and vocal showcase to the seniors in the community, and it was held at the Y, and I can tell you that all of the seniors have been praising that performance. It was wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I mean, I had a good time. I was there, and I enjoyed every minute of it. They had, all kinds of musical and vocal presentations, and the seniors that I have run into, and also the seniors that go to the Y for their programs, have talked to the staff up there. I've spoken with them, and they have nothing but praise for having attended that performance. And I think that's all I have right now. I want to wish everybody a happy summer, safe, COVID-free.
Stay healthy, first of all. Stay healthy. Okay, Wayne Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would refer everyone to the minutes of the Land Use Committee meeting. We are hosting a land use and zoning training session, and this is for all board members as well as for residents of Washington Heights Inwood, and that will be on the first Wednesday in July. That's July 6th. It's the same time we normally meet. And it's really to give us a refresher and some deeper understanding of, some of these land use and zoning terms and procedures that we deal with all the time, so that as we discuss things like, rezoning and development projects, we have a better grounding in what that means. Also, although we did not pass any resolution on it, we discussed a development project at 405 and 407 West 206th Street, which it's really important that Housing and Human Services review that project. It's supposedly affordable housing. There are, things I'm sure you'd want to discuss about the affordability, the unit layout. It came to land use because there is a fresh supermarket application that's part of that. But it's a nearly, 700 unit development. So I think there's more to it to discuss than just the supermarket. There are two resolutions that we passed that I'm presenting this evening. One is, as we just heard, pertaining to capital project at the Dykeman Farmhouse, and one is pertaining to a capital project at the Morris Jamel. We are fortunate to have in Washington Heights and Inwoods two landmark historic buildings. I am the vice president of the board of Morris Jamel Mansion, so I will not be voting on that resolution due to conflict. I also would point out that we had two people from Morris Jamel online to speak. And so after I just do a brief overview of the two resos, I want to give the board chair just a quick opportunity to greet the board. The Dykeman Farmhouse resolution, as I point out, provides accessibility not only to the farmhouse, but throughout the entire park. There would be an accessible path from the point of entry to the park throughout the park, so that, one could, navigate, throughout and enter the building on the west entrance, which will now be the new main entrance to the farmhouse, and the first floor of the farmhouse will be accessible. The east entrance, which is the Broadway entrance, which will become the staff entrance. Additionally, if you know the condition of the farmhouse, it's in tremendous need of exterior restoration, all of which is included in the project. There is also an addition that will be built, and just to be clear, historically, there was an addition, and that addition was torn down maybe 70 or more years after it was built. So the new addition does not seek to copy the old one. That's something that Landmarks does not like, but it's in more or less the same location, and it will allow for office space and a caretaker's residence to be located into much more permanent space, but also will provide space for an accessible public toilet. That is, I believe, a $6.9 million capital project. The Morris Jamel project is somewhat in two parts. There's an exterior restoration, which can be approved by the staff level because it's basically not changing the way the property looks. However, there's an addition of the ramp to make it accessible, and some of the railings, which were originally made out of wood, will be replicated in a wood composite material. So the change to the building being, the ramp and some, rebuild and extension of the east porch where that ramp will connect, as well as changing the material that will be used to replace the railings, have to be approved by the commissioners. So the Historic House Trust is presenting both projects to LPC's commissioners, I believe, in a mid-July meeting. And needless to say, the Land Use Committee unanimously supported both of these projects, long awaited projects. As I said, there was another speaker from Morris Jamel. Her name is Lisa Konigsberg, who is the chair of the board. And I'd like to give Lisa the opportunity just to speak to the board and share her comments on the proposed project.
You mean now?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 1 minute, if that's okay.
That should be fine.
All right, let's do it.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I greatly appreciate it. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the board and staff, and I will take the liberty of saying all the visitors to Morris Jamel. We are very grateful to be on the threshold of this capital project, which is so desperately needed, both for the state of our structure, both its appearance and its solidity, as well as for the ADA access that this project will provide, which will allow us to better serve people who come from both the surrounding neighborhood, the larger New York City community, as well as throughout the world, and of course, from other communities of interest, whether it's architectural history or exploring Harlem Renaissance. So we are very grateful to be at this point. We thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we are wholeheartedly behind this project that we are on the threshold of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for, hopefully things will turn out the way that you guys are expecting.
Are there any questions for me? Jay and Liz, are those two hands for me? I think Jay was first.
No, actually, the question was for Mary Anderson.
Okay,
and
well,
I was never recognized to discuss the first resolution.
Okay, so Liz, was your hand for me? You're muted.
It was actually for both. For you, I would like to once again thank you for making sure to include feedback from the Parks and Cultural Affairs Committee. This is yet another good example of committees working together. So thank you for that. And just for Mary, I never got a copy of the aging reso. There was an email that went out from the office that said attached are these 5 documents, but there were actually only 4 documents attached. So I can't vote on something I haven't seen. So unless somebody is prepared to email that resolution, I'm going to have to abstain because I don't know what it says.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, Liz. And I just do want to iterate that the Dyckman and the Morris Jamel projects were originally presented to Parks and Culture, I believe September of last year. And they presented to land use this month. And rather than making the Historic House Trust and New York City Parks come to both committee meetings in June, land use took the lead, but there were, representatives of Parks and Culture who also attended the land use meeting, and the resolutions that are before you were reviewed and commented on by Liz and other members of Parks and Culture.
Right. As we approach 10 p.m., we have 2 resolutions from the Health Committee.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I still haven't been given the opportunity to ask my questions about the first resolution by Mary.
Go right ahead. Yeah, thanks, Mary.
My questions are really based not on what was probably an excellent presentation, but on who the presenters are. MJHS is the nonprofit firm that owns Isabella, where in about 2 months' time, 98 elderly minority patients died from COVID-19. And supposedly this question is being investigated, although none of us have heard anything about those issues that concern us. And my question is really, despite the wonderfulness of these presentations and this outreach, the primary goal of preserving the human life of these minority residents wasn't met. And isn't this just a cover-up to distract us from this very sad reality, which I feel MJHS bears responsibility for, since they were in charge of those people?
Mary,
that question was for Mary.
Yeah, she's trying to unmute herself. Mary?
Yes. We could ask this question at our next meeting in September because Diane Ashley has been attending our meeting pretty regularly. And we can ask her to answer that question at that particular meeting, in September.
Okay. Jay?
But I would like to see more people at the meeting.
Jay, you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear Mary's answer?
Her answer was actually no response at this time. She said she didn't have an answer and she's perfectly willing to have someone discuss it from MJHS in September.
Right.
But I feel that this is an immediate question since there's a resolution in front of us. And I'm dubious about expressing extreme approval for these activities by MJHS when I'm not at all clear on what any investigation might bring about their primary responsibility, which is to preserve the life of their elderly residents. And they may do a lot of other wonderful things, but if they don't do a real bang-up job of that, I don't think we should be thanking them for their wonderful work in the community.
Okay. All righty, Jay. Thank you for bringing those good points. I'm sure that people will consider them and vote accordingly. Thank you. So now the next one up is from the Health Department, Steve Simon, Resolution D, calling the State Department to direct NYPH, the New York Presbyterian Hospital, to reinstate the Allen Hospital Psychiatric Unit, and then we'll do the Rose versus Wade presentation by Tanya Bonner.
Before I get to the resolution, I want to give the committee report, including my my regular update on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our community. The transmission rate over the past 7 days has been slightly lower than it was a month ago when we last met. The positivity rates are higher, except in zip code 32. We had 308 new cases last week. We've now had a total of over 52,000 cases in our community since the beginning of the pandemic, over 2,200 since we last met on May 24th. There have been 934 residents of Washington Heights and Inwood who have died as a result of COVID-19, 11 more since we last met. The vaccine rates have not really improved that much. They're between 78 and 82% for people who have had one dose, between 70 and 73% for those who are fully vaccinated. So we still need to get the message out to people in our community since we're lagging far behind the rest of the city and especially the rest of Manhattan. We need to get more people vaccinated to protect themselves and to protect the community overall. Secondly, at our last committee meeting, we had a presentation by Dr. Fernando Taveras from a group called MIH Experience. They also run an outpatient drug rehab program at 4580 Broadway, just north of Nagel. Which is called My Hope 2020. They're now planning to have an inpatient facility, 42 beds in a building on 179th Street, just east of Broadway near the George Washington Bridge bus terminal. I encourage people to review the minutes of our meeting to get more information on it. You will also see in the minutes that we received a report from the captain of EMS Station 13, which serves all of Washington Heights and Inwood. The response times of we were told are better than the citywide average, despite the heavy workload in our community. And one thing that is somewhat upsetting is we learned that the turnaround times at the emergency rooms at both the Allen Hospital and the main campus at 168th Street for New York Presbyterian. The turnaround times when the EMS, how long it takes EMS to drop off a patient and then go back into the street have actually gotten worse over the years when we were under the impression that they would be improving. So that's an issue that we will pursue. So the resolution also involves New York Presbyterian Hospital. It's an issue that we have been dealing with in our committee and in the community board since 2018, when New York Presbyterian applied to the state to decertify and close its 30-bed psychiatric unit at the Allen Hospital. This community board opposed that closure and asked the hospital to rescind its plan. And when it did not do so, we asked the State Department of Health and the Office of Mental Health to reject it and not allow it to go into effect. In the meantime, COVID-19 happened, and the governor issued an emergency executive order that allowed the hospital to temporarily convert these beds for COVID-19 patients. And so that's what the hospital chose to do. So we, in effect, have lost those beds for, I believe, close to 2 years. And the hospital has not given us any commitment whatsoever that they intend to reinstate them even after COVID-19. Hopefully, this pandemic will end one day, but the hospital will not agree to assure, and has not assured us that those beds will be returned. And this is despite the fact that I think it's universally accepted that we have a major mental health and opioid crisis in this city, that we desperately need those beds. The governor herself has announced that she intends to get the more than 400 inpatient beds that have been temporarily closed back into use, but the hospital is still not going along with that. So our resolution is calls upon the New York State Department of Health to direct New York Presbyterian Hospital to immediately reopen the closed psychiatric inpatient beds at the Allen Hospital and to restore this vital mental health service to the community. And I urge my fellow board members to support that resolution.
Okay, Steve, thank you. On the resolution of Roe versus Wade, Johnny Bonner.
I'm gonna first hand it over to OC. This is, thank you, OC, for bringing this up with us and bringing all the women on board on health and environment to come up with the resolution.
Thank you, Tanya. So as you all know, or I hope you all know, on June 24, women lost the right for their body and access to the safe reproduction healthcare that are now run by politicians. In some states, women, like here in New York State, we are in a very unique position. We have a way to, we are probably not feel much the effect of it, but there are at least 3 states right now out of 26 that women lost the ability, you lost the right for healthy reproductive, safe reproductive healthcare forever, even if the life of the mother to be is at stake. So what we're asking here at this resolution is to remove the filibuster so law protecting women reproductive rights, birth control, and same-sex marriage threatened by Justice Thomas can be enacted. I don't know how to, I don't think that I need to add more. Maybe Tanya or Steve, you would like to add something, but this was a very profound opinion by the Supreme Court that is going to affect women across the country for generations to come, unless something is being done, like something dramatically need to be done. And according to what Justice Thomas said, he opened the door to further implication to our way of life. And we need to stop that. And we on the community board in a position to send our opinion, just as we did with hate crime resolution that is a national issue, and we need to send it to politicians across, I mean, like on the state level and also on the federal level. We should not stay silent. We should not. And so I urge everyone to vote for that, and let's send it out and fight for our rights that we have for 50 years. So many women's lives were saved by having that ability to choose that is now gone. I don't know if you are, if you have to be a woman or have to have an abortion or whatever to understand how profound this opinion is. And they're going to continue to strip our rights on and on. So don't think it's the end of it. It's just the beginning. And we better fight.
Yes, thank you, OC. I wanted to say that, politics is local. So the reversal Senate actually made it a state's decision. And so we definitely want to make sure that we are continue to advocate with our state representatives to make sure that they remain vigilant in terms of this issue. But I wanted to also say we also have to recognize the impact of these type of decisions on women in our community right here in Washington Heights and Inwood. As this reversal of Roe versus Wade disproportionately impacts Black and other women of color. As we state in the resolution, that Latina women are twice as likely to have abortions, and Black women in the United States are nearly 4 times more likely. And that many of these women of color live in states where abortion is going to be rendered illegal or banned. And so we want to make sure that, as we have a significant population of women of color in our community, that we acknowledge the pain that this decision has made and the threat that they remain under, because as Oz commented about, the threats that are being made by Justice Thomas regarding other decisions that will impact people in our community, including contraception and including same-sex marriage and all of that. So we want to make sure that, we acknowledge that these issues, are important to our state and are important to our particular community. And so we really ask you all to support us making the statement to support the women in this community and the impact psychologically and the very real fear that they will be experiencing as a result of this Supreme Court decision. Thank you.
Questions from a slew of people. Let me see who hasn't said anything yet. Domingo. Oh, wait a minute, Aisha, is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aisha,
So first, I wanted to speak to directly to the health, to Steve Simon, in regards to the comments related to the vaccine and the rate at which people are also basically getting vaccinated. Recently, I was sick. I lost my voice for 4 days. I was worried that I had COVID. And when I went to seek out locations in order to be tested, I found none of the locations that originally were in our district. I went to 4 different sites, including the HHC location on 168th Street, to find a sign on the door that says no COVID testing here. And in fact, the door was locked. I also looked for mobile units to find none. I found mobile units that promoted other things from different health entities in the community, and asked them if there were other mobile units that might be providing these services, whether it be testing or giving the vaccination, and found none. When I looked it up, the nearest was either in Harlem for an upcoming date, which would have been 2 days in the future. So none were available by walk-in for that day. And one of the locations, which was listed on 181st Street when I called, I instead was forwarded to a service that was meant to scrape data. I recorded that conversation. Unfortunately, it didn't record my side of the conversation, but basically they were offering me $100 gift card if I would only participate in giving them my personal information. And only at the point of me giving them all the personal information that they were seeking, would they then forward me to the vaccination or the COVID testing site on 181st Street that I was looking for. So I've been waiting for the general meeting to inform that this is a problem. Should not be happening. People's data should not be being sought after, and neither should it be the barrier to seeking the care that people might be looking for. I was never able to get through to the 181st Street location because I couldn't without going through giving my information. So in regards to increasing people's access to the vaccination and testing, I think we should resolve some of those issues. That being said, I am definitely in agreement with the members that have spoken in regards to reproductive health rights. It is very disheartening what's happening in our country right now, specifically in the Supreme Court, but not just. And this is a slippery slope. I learned today that prayer was basically enabled in schools via the case related to the football coach. And that even coercion of children being forced to participate, and also that children could be admonished if they chose to opt out. So I'm just seeing a trickle effect of what's happening with legislation that has been meant to protect us and to appeal to our rights, the constitutional rights that we hold in this country. And of course, with this resolution, we're talking about the reproductive health. I stand with the rest of my members that have spoken in this regards. This is a very important right for women. It's a very important right for men, for that matter. It's an important right for families, for that matter. And certainly, if we do not have the supports of the appropriate means for people to live their lives freely that would assist in this regard, then definitely you cannot remove this right anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have Domingo, who has not spoken as of yet. And then I'm gonna, at 10:15, move on to the next 20 other,
I also have
27. Well, I have other 27 resolutions. So Domingo, you haven't spoken? Domingo, Domingo twice?
Yeah. So I think it's extremely important at the moment to note like where the country stands and what implications have been brought up by decisions made by individuals who've clearly are out of sync with time. One thing that is important to note is, and something that might be a good precedent to create is not only asking for rhetorical asks, right? One thing about the Civil Rights Act and the civil rights movement that truly defined and truly made a difference is actually boycotting the states that are actually bringing up legislation that hinder and create limitations to these reproductive rights being stripped. So something to consider is even adding stronger language around potentially seeking boycott and identifying corporations and severing ties with them. And I think one thing we know about this country is when you impact somebody's pocket, the decisions usually change quickly. Just something to add to the conversation.
And I just have one really quick point.
Wait a second, Sally. I have two other people.
Yeah, Liz, Sally.
Liz and then Steve.
Thank you. So I have a bunch of edits or suggested changes to this resolution. I emailed them to Tanya and Osi and Steve. Some of them are incredibly minor. They're typos, like a period after L and, and things like that I think really aren't worth anybody's time. But the most important thing that I'd like to add is a whereas that says, whereas women is understood to include both women/girls and trans men/boys who still have a uterus and are capable of becoming pregnant. And then a couple of other places to delete women and change it to persons, or, instead of saying between a woman and her doctor, between a patient and their doctor. There are several places where I think it's appropriate to keep women, because in 1970, when the New York State laws were passed, we really didn't have a place legislatively to think and talk about trans persons, but now we do. So I think it's appropriate to kind of capture that. I also would like to suggest that instead of saying Justice Thomas, we say Justice Thomas's concurring opinion. And I emailed all of this so that you don't have to write this down. I would suggest from the first resolve, deleting the words House and, because the filibuster only exists in the Senate, and then adding a second resolve that says, whereas we call upon our congressional representative and our 2 state senators to enact such legislation. And finally, I would like to state categorically, I have had 2 legal abortions in the state of New York, and I would not be here talking to you now as a, economically functioning middle-class person if I had had a child when I was 19. And I guarantee you that I would not enjoy decent mental health if I had had to have born a 3rd child when my first child was, 20 months old and my second child was, an infant. No, my body, my choice, abortion on demand without apology. Thank you.
Simon?
OC, do you accept those amendments though?
Yes.
Okay.
Accepted,
One,
yeah.
one second, before you accept Liz's amendments, I would like to somewhat alter one of her suggestions. I think the initial resolve should be addressed to Senators Schumer and Gillibrand and to Congressman Espaillat, that we should specifically make it clear that we are calling upon them to strongly support the passage of the law protecting women's protective rights, as well as the other 2 measures. And then I would have a separate resolve that makes it clear that in order to make this possible, we want to have Schumer and Gillibrand push for carving out the filibuster, so it doesn't apply to any of the these 3 situations. I think that would help to clarify the circumstance. And I want to thank OC and Tanya and Sally and whoever else worked on this and who is getting it to us, giving us an opportunity to respond so quickly to what happened last week.
All right. So next up is Sally, Barbara, and Joelle, and that will be the end until we move on to Isidro.
I hope my suggestion has been accepted as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
The other fact that hasn't been mentioned with respect to what happened with this passage is the unacceptably high rates of maternal mortality in our neighborhood and similarly low-income communities of color. I mean, basically, until we fix the healthcare system so women aren't dying unnecessarily in childbirth, this resolution is essentially sentencing them to death.
Not the resolution.
I mean, this.
Tanya and Ozzy, you want to respond to that?
Death. And I'm not sure, Steve, if you could figure out where quickly we could put that in, but I think that's a really important point.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Barbara and Joelle, and then we'll move on. Barbara once.
Yeah. Okay. No, I had to unmute. Yeah, I think that this is much more of a national resolution that we really haven't debated, especially this issue about ending the filibuster, which is a very complex issue. The filibuster in the Senate impacts on things like the ability to declare war, interstate commerce, international trade, and so forth. I think it's cavalier to have anything about ending a filibuster in the resolution. And we've never really, as a community board, debated these kinds of scope of issues. So I really can't support something like that, which is I think beyond the kind of local things that we have to take up. That's all I have to say, especially about the filibuster.
Sally? Oh, you've already spoke. Joel?
Barbara, to your point, I agree. I don't think it's within our scope to really talk about these issues. I mean, especially the filibuster and reproductive rights. I think it's definitely a national issue. But also keep in mind that it's a diverse community. And I sometimes feel that not all views are looked upon, especially in a state like New York, where most other views are shut away. But definitely an issue that is beyond our scope and should not be at our level.
Okay, Joel, thank you. Having said that, all considerations, you have one more comment to make, Ozzy?
Yes,
Go ahead.
it's beyond what we need to do. This is our lives, and our lives is at stake. That's where it is. So please think about it. This is all I say.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I also want to speak to that too.
No, wait a
It
minute.
is-
There's no, there's
not
just,
arguing.
Joel, you've already made your comment. Tanya, make the last comment about what.
I just want to say it is actually not just a national issue. It is a very personal, local issue because women live here. We're here, you know, we are in this community. And so this is not just about what in that reversal, put it back to the states. That was the point of the reversal is now it is up to the states to decide what they want to do and how much they want to oppress women in their rights. And so, and when we think about these issues, when things are impacting and these decisions come down, we have to understand that there are real people in our community who are front and center with those issues, and that we can't, you know, put to the side how this is impacting them and how this is affecting them and what potential threats they will face. I think women are owed that to be able to say, to have our community board say, we see you, we support you, we care for you, and we care for your safety, your psychological well-being, and your right to choose what you do with your body. And I think that is very important by not saying anything, by remaining silent, and as if this is not impacting women in our community right now, and that women in our community are not having conversations about it. I was having a conversation today in the locker room of the gym with women in the locker room where everybody's really upset about this. This is impacting us and women in the community. We care about it, and it's very important that we don't say to women, we send the message that we do understand that this is impacting you and this has implications for you. And that would be with any other issue. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
All right,
Sorry, I
guys.
didn't mean to take that much
No
time.
problem. It's 10:30. Caesar, the floor is yours.
I want to add an amendment, a friendly amendment.
Lisa.
Sorry. It's regarding the resolution.
Yeah, I did give it a lot of time, so I really.
So I'll be quick. I've already mentioned it in regards to the fact that because I'm just noticing that in the language, one of the whereases is to rescind the filibuster so that equal rights for same-sex couples, which are under threat of legislation, can be enacted. Can the language regarding what the Supreme Court just did regarding prayer in schools also be added there? So the filibuster be rescinded so that legislation can be enacted to protect the right to the separation for church and state on in our district, in our city, in our whatever, however this is crafted and what it is supposed to reflect, whatever level of government, the same for the protections between church and state, specific to the ruling that just came down for prayer.
I unfortunately, it's not directly related. We can write a book about that issue alone. We try to keep it really narrow. So Aisha, I agree with you about prayers, but I don't think it's related to that resolution. And we can work on another resolution if you like, that's related specifically just for that.
Okay. All right, Catherine.
Call the question.
I'm sorry. No, we got it. It's Israel. Go ahead.
I second that.
Catherine, we have one secretary who
Oh,
is doing a wonderful job. I just give him minutes, no volunteers. So let's just consider the time that
someone
she's
called
putting
the
in.
question. I
So
second that.
I will move on until to Isidro's report. Isidro.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we had 27 resolutions. You will note that the last resolution on the report reflects the Tax Limousine Commission. That was because that particular resolution was voted at the executive committee level and not at the committee level, at the license committee level. So we had renewals for liquor licenses, for liquor car bases, corporate changes, alteration, change to a method of operation, new on-premise liquor license, and all of that. We had 2 withdrawals, so you're not going to vote on agenda item number 22 and 23. Those were previously withdrawn. And a quick note, you see that you see some temporary licenses there. And let me explain to you quickly what that is. Some folks that come for a temporary license, they will come to the community board because they have to come to the community board. They will apply for the SLA for the temporary license. They'll get it within 30-day period. If they are approved, they are going to be renewed on a monthly basis up to 3 months. Once those 3 months expired, they got to go through the normal process of reapplying through the community board. Oftentimes, we will approve either the temporary or the permanent. And in essence, you will see that some of them will come back. So I'm keeping track of those that actually come back, and I keep track of the stipulations so that, you know, when they come back, that we'll remember the steps that they were supposed to submit. I would note that on the agenda, there is a typo. Agenda item number 24 is not actually an objection. It actually was approved by the committee, but, and this is the point, that particular applicant was approved if they have brought proof of a purchase of a sound limiter. They did not bring proof of the sound limiter, and on that, then, you know, that resolution will be requested to be an objection, but not an objection by the committee, but because an objection that did not submit the proper documentation before this meeting, which is they were required to submit a proof of purchase of a sound limiter. Having said that,
Which one was that, Isidro? Which number?
Let's just finish the report.
Agenda item number 24. Again, it was approved by the committee, but now it's going to be disapproved by the chair because they did not submit the proper documentations. On that note, I know because of time, I will ask for questions. First, Steve.
Yeah, Isidro, I have a couple of questions, but there are 7 other resolutions here which also called for the establishments to submit proof of the sound limiters. Did all 7 of those comply with the requirement?
Only agenda item number 24, one of them did not submit the proper documentations, the rest did submit. So
Okay, very good.
7 submit, and that's why we turned agenda number 24 to a negative.
Okay, all right. In resolution number 4, you point out that there are 3 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet of the proposed establishment. What is the SLA rule on this? How many can you have within 500 feet?
So there's no limit, but they will have to come to a special hearing, which is called the 500 feet ruling.
Okay.
And then they will have to submit to SLA on a special hearing.
Okay.
Why this particular license is going to be so unique
Okay.
that they're going to be accepted in the area.
So evidently we feel that there is some unique quality to that establishment that it should get a license, even though there are 3 others within the 500 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And my last question is, does it make sense for us to oppose the renewal of the on-premises liquor license for La Casa del Mofongo, and then at the same time say that we support the corporate change? I mean, isn't that inconsistent?
No, because the first renewal has to do with questions that we had on their health inspections. We had many issues about some of the reports that were given by the health department. they had a pending grade on their health inspection. However, and I must say that right after the report was submitted to the community board, they actually received an A. So they actually passed and rectified all the problems that they had with the health inspection.
So maybe we should no longer be objecting to it.
I went to Casa La Mofongo, and because I want to make sure that we were just and and fair, and I asked them to come to the community board so that they can state their case. To my surprise, they didn't show up, or maybe they got tired and left. But that could be something that I can entertain to change it to a positive vote.
All right, James Mosley.
I would suggest we do that. And let me just say, I have some corrections.
Steve, I have 4 others. I can come back to you.
All
But
right.
I just need
I have
to.
I have some corrections on number 21.
All right, no problem, but I need to give others an opportunity. Mr. Post, thank you for taking the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, thank you. But my question was about number 21 as well. Maybe it's the same question. The resolution 20 and 21. It seems to be the same application, only with a different name. It's the same address. It's the same everything, except the names of the entities are different. I'm wondering, is it the same application, or what is the explanation for that?
Great question. So different applications is the same address, but at different floors. One of them is for a bar, and another one is at a different floor for a catering license. Very different, 2 different companies, same address.
That's an interesting coincidence. Thank you very much for clearing that up.
Sure.
Wayne Benjamin.
Isidro, the agenda that I'm looking at, resolution 24 is already an objection.
Correct.
Yes.
So I thought you said we needed to change it from no objection to objection, but it already says objection.
So, and that's the curiosity of it, because it was actually approved by the committee. So what you see on the agenda is actually a mistake. It should have been no objection because the committee approved it.
Right.
But
now it's correct.
Now it's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Last question is Ozzy. And,
I yield my time. Wayne asked my question.
All right, beautiful. Ozzy, thank you. Isidro, well done. Catherine will do tally before people start jumping off.
All right, y'all.
Remember, remember resolution E, right?
Yes, I know, I have it. So
Before you get there, can I offer my corrections on number 21?
That's Isidro, so Isidro.
Yes, please.
Okay, and number 21, in the third whereas, you say the establishment has a storefront on the 12th floor of the building. If it's on the 12th floor, I don't think it's a storefront. So I would delete the reference to a storefront. In the next whereas, you say that they're going to have.
That's the entrance. But that's the entrance. That's the entrance.
Okay, but it's not a storefront.
You don't enter the building from the 12th floor.
Right. Okay. That's what it says. But in the next whereas, it says there are 3 employees serving 438 people. That must be a typo. It can't just have 3 employees.
Actually, no, because that's a catering license, and that'll be administrative work that they will consistently have to manage the catering. But they will also bring in people that will serve the number of employees that will be required per event. So there'll be 3 administrative people dealing with handling the events.
All right, so maybe you want to say 3 full-time employees and an additional part-time.
Okay.
That's needed.
And finally, I urge that people vote no on number 2 in light of the fact that they now have an acceptable building.
Just as a point of clarification, storefront and curtain wall are types of construction, and you can in fact have a storefront on a floor other than the first floor.
Well, not according to my dictionary.
Your dictionary needs to take into account architecture and construction.
Okay, guys. I'm not the chair, but he called my name earlier, so I'm just gonna intervene.
So just for clarity, Chair, we have in agenda item number 2 as a positive
objection.
As a no objection.
All right.
Wait. On the agenda, it says it's an objection. So what is it that we're voting on for number 2? Is it an objection or no objection?
No objection.
And number 20, the one that said that was a mistake, what's that?
That's on number 2. Number 24, there was a mistake, but not on number 2.
So is it no objection for 24?
Objection to 24.
Okay.
Objection to number 2. I apologize for the confusion.
All right, Catherine.
All right.
Sorry, it's no objection for number 2, which is not what it says on the agenda.
Oh,
Yes, so we just plug in the no. So we're
Okay.
gonna go, hold on. We're
Yeah.
gonna go, who's saying? Who's speaking? Sorry. Okay. I need your letters first, A through E, and then give me the numbers. I want to share a reminder. I know it's, I think, one person's first time voting. A resolution, for example, like number 2, that is no objection. You're in support of it, you have to vote no. So you're essentially negating it and voting in favor of it. Yes, if you support it as it stands. So again, first I'm gonna call give me your letter, the lettered resolutions. Give me your no's if you're in conflict, and you have to state what that conflict may be. If you are abstaining, and then give me your yeses. Steve, I'm gonna mute you. Mary's hand is up. Is it on voting?
It's just about my resolution. I wondered, I've emailed a couple members of the staff to see if my reso could be put on the screen so that people could see it, because people are saying that they didn't get it.
It went out on 4 days ago.
I know, but
I forwarded it to Liz. Is there somebody else that does not have that? Please use the raise hand function.
Thank you.
Sent 4 days ago by Paola. All right, so I'm gonna start the roll call. Second. Joel.
I abstain on E, and I say no to 2, yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you. Easy. Richard Allman. I'm gonna come back. Mary Anderson.
Yes to all.
Okay. Jay Baez.
No to number 3.
Okay.
And yes to all the rest.
Thank you. Jacob.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Wayne.
Not voting on C due to conflict. As I mentioned before, I'm vice president of the board of Morris Jamel. No to 3, yes to the rest.
Thank you. James Berlin. Okay, I'll come back. Daniel Bonilla.
Yes to all.
Tanya Bonner.
No to 3.
Mhm.
And sorry, 3 and 18.
Mm,
Yes to the rest.
18, right? Okay.
Mhm.
James Bosley.
No to A, yes to the rest.
That was to A, right? Not 8.
A, letter A.
Thank you. All right. Daryl.
Yes to all.
Okay. Skip me, Mancita. I'll come back, see if you're around. Oh, all right. Gabriela Estrella.
Yes to all.
Sally Fisher.
I'm voting no on A, I'm
Mm.
voting no on 1 through 6,
Give me a
8, sorry, 1 through 6, 8 through 21, and 26, and yes to the rest. So I can repeat that.
Hold
No
on.
on,
And it was no from 8 through 26. And
no,
on, yeah,
no, it was no on numbers 1 through number 6,
right.
number 8 through number 21,
Okay.
and number 26.
Got it. Thank you.
And then yes to the rest.
Okay. This is a very long doc. Luana,
To all.
yes to all, you said?
Yes, yes to all.
All right, thank you. Faye?
Yes to all also.
Barbara?
No on resolution E, no on number 3, and yes to the rest.
Okay. Simari?
Yes to all.
Leo?
I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm gonna abstain to A and D. No to 2 and yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you. Joseph?
I want to commend the work of everyone. This is kind of the end of the year and say yes to all.
OC?
No on 1 and 3, yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you. Liz around?
Yeah, I'm voting no on A. I'm going to abstain on 3, 15, 16, 18, 19. Yes to the rest.
1 second. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna save it for last. Emily Marte?
Can I get a clarification? Letter E is from earlier,
It's the Roe v. Wade, Rezo.
oh, I thought I was, okay. Can you come back to me?
Sure. Jay Mazer?
No to A,
Okay.
3, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 26.
All right, I'm gonna repeat it back to you because I heard a cough in between. 26. All right, that was no on 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 26.
Yes,
All right, great, thanks.
and no on A.
Yeah, no on A, I got that. Kimberly? I'll come back. Isidro?
Can't vote on number 2, 11, 20, 21 because of conflict. These are operators that are within the bid, and I'm the executive director of the bid, so therefore I cannot vote on those items. Yes,
I'm sorry, you said 22? The one that was withdrawn?
2, 11, 20, and 21. I'm sorry.
Oh, 20 and 21. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And Jonathan?
I'm voting no on the A resolution and yes to the rest.
Okay. Aisha?
Is the resolution for the open meetings law included?
No, we already voted on that at the beginning of the
Oh,
meeting.
earlier, okay. So then I'm going to abstain on B and C and yes to the rest.
Okay. Wendy. No. Bruce Robertson?
No on 2, 3, yes to the rest.
1 second. No. 2 and 3. All right. Steve. I'm gonna come back to you, Steve. Carl Unegbu?
I'd have to abstain. I just walked back in.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Abstaining on all?
Frankly, I have no idea which are the resolutions you're voting on, but suppose if there's a Roe v. Wade thing in support, I will support that. And I don't know what else, but
That's okay. There.
Yeah, so if there's a Roe v. Wade resolution in there to give support to Roe v. Wade, then yeah, I'm for that. But other than that, I'm not sure what else is out there in the
That's
resolution.
fine.
Okay.
All right, I got you as abstaining on the rest. All right, Steve Simon.
I'm not voting on B and C in view of my position as an official of the Parks Department. Voting no on number 3. Abstaining on number 25. Their chicken is delicious. And voting yes on all others.
25 extension. Okay. Where am I missing? All right. Is Maria Luna around? Ebenezer's Maria.
Hold on. Yes, Maria is here. Maria is here. Hold on one second. Maria, go ahead.
Okay. Voting no on number 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 26.
Hold on. Sorry, we're gonna have to start again. My document got mixed up. It was no on 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, 12.
And 9 also.
9 also. All right, give me everything after 12 again, Maria. I'm sorry.
Okay. Here we go. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 26.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let me see. Who else am I missing? I'm not looking at the Zoom. Sorry that I said
Oh, to come back to me, Emily Marte. So no to 2 and 3, yes to the rest.
Okay.
You can come back to me now, please.
Okay, Berlin.
Yeah, I had my microphone off. I was talking away, but nobody heard me. I vote no on number 3 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. And I vote yes to the rest.
All right, got that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will, man, I'm not even looking at myself. I'm gonna abstain on A. I'm gonna vote no on 2 and yes to the rest. Eliezer?
Abstain on E and yes to the rest.
Okay. Anybody else going once, going twice? I see a hand, Mary Anderson.
I want to change one vote.
Okay.
No on 3.
No on 3? Okay. All right. Oh, I got another hand. Mancita, there you are.
Hi, I'm gonna do no for 2, 3, and 18.
No on 2, 3, and 18, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And that should conclude our voting this evening. There you go.
As we approach 11 p.m., then later we're going to have 1, possibly 2 committee reports and 1 thank you from the Youth and Education Committee. For Parks and Cultural Affairs first, for 3 minutes, and then Faye Florimon. The rest of the chairs are not present today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everyone. I just wanted to start by referring my report to the minutes. But I just wanted to thank the folks that made possible the most late initiative that the Youth and Education Committee, along with the Committee for Concerns of the Aging, we're able to put together this event that we used to do at Isabella. This is the intergenerational guitar and vocal showcase, youth performance for seniors. I want to deeply thank the Y that, they were so kind to us and allow us to have that event. The event, as Chair Anderson stated, and also the Voto President Representative, that was a great event. For me personally, it was a great another accomplishment and experience, seeing how many seniors being so happy. And as we all know, seniors in particular have suffered a lot after this pandemic. I think this is one of the population that has been mostly, affected. And one of the things that we really were looking for is to put a smile on their face. And, I think we definitely, accomplished that. I also wanted to express my deepest appreciation for all the senior centers that made this possible. I wanted to say the Moriah Senior Center, they're wonderful. Star Senior Center, also Vocal East, which was another organization, the Prison 34, Internal Creations, and of course, our community board for always sending, this message and outreach the community. And although not many of you, I didn't see many folks, of you in there, but I hope that you definitely appreciate that. So this is my report. Oh, before I forgot to mention one person that I wanted to also express my appreciation for, Porfirio Figueroa, who is our community liaison. He actually was out of the office. I think that he was off that week, but he made the effort to really, join us, and that's something that I deeply, appreciate. So, and this is what I want to say. I wanted to wish all of you to have a great and healthy summer, and I look forward to seeing all of you back in September. So thank you always for your support. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Faith, for backing the award and making something happen, rather more than just opining, and you do a lot more than just than what we pay for. So thank you once again. Parks and Cultural Affairs.
Thank you. I apologize for not having the minutes out for you to read. I've had a death in the family. I've got a daughter with a high-risk pregnancy, so lots going on. In any event, we had a really good meeting. We were blessed to have the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Cultural Affairs come and talk a little bit about the department's vision for the city and for the borough and for our community. Very informative. We had a great presentation by EDC and the People's Theater Project about the Immigrant Research and Performing Arts Center that will be going up in the housing development on the property where the Pathmark was on 206, 207th Street and 9th Avenue. That's not going to be happening for several years, but it was, I look forward to getting you minutes so that you can read more about that. We also had a little bit of an update from the Parks Department and Department of Transportation regarding the temporary pause on the Greenway renovation because of some of the negative impacts on bicycling and pedestrian safety. Sorry for that background noise, and other things as well. It was a very full meeting, a very productive meeting, and I encourage you to read the minutes when they are available. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. It's been a long night. Thank you guys for being kind enough to stay around and vote on important matters for the new board members. I'm looking forward to meet you in person during the training next month. So I'd like to get I even forgot, I'm so tired.
Can we just get some props for Catherine, who did an amazing job holding down all of those those votings and minutes and like.
Great job, Catherine.
Bravo, and motion to adjourn.
I have a question.
Mr. Chairman, Maria Luna, she has a comment.
Would like to go.
Did Maria win?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, Maria Luna is want to have a comment.
Yes.
I also have a
Maria?
comment. Can I say a
Maria
comment
always has to
after
get the
Maria?
last word in.
Speaking.
Okay, go ahead, Maria.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, and thank you so much, Eliezer, for allowing me to speak very briefly.
Dime.
Yes.
Hello.
It's going to be very briefly. Just two things that I need to ask all of the members of the community board. Number one, now comes the summer, as the president of the police council 3-3, we're going to be receiving so many complaints about fireworks, motorcycles. We would like everybody that has a complaint to direct those complaints to 311. But also, let me take this opportunity, after listening to our meeting, after seeing the agenda for our community board monthly meetings and also committee meetings. I need you to all pay attention to what I'm going to say, but this is very serious for me. I don't think we recognize the work of the employees of the Community Board 12, Ebenezer and his staff. Looking back, I don't recall that Ebenezer Smith has received an increase in salary for more than a year to look into this. No one works in any place without getting an increase, and the work that the staff, Ebenezer and all of them are doing merits for us to take a look at this. I am very serious about it. I know that the employees of Ebenezer receive an increase due to the budget of the city, but Ebenezer does not do that. So please, make sure that in our next session, the executive committee, this is discussed and take very seriously. Thank you so much. Have a nice summer. Stay safe and say a prayer for the 50 or maybe more people that died in Texas in that terrible tragedy on that truck that was delivering immigrants, looking forward to a better life, like we did, like I did, and my family did. Thank you so much. Be well, and God bless you.
Hey guys, have a great night. Enjoy your summer.
Bye. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good summer.